Well, good morning and welcome to a beautiful but windy morning at Cape Town Cricket Club. It's round 7 of the Over-50s World Cup, where England play Wales in another must-win game for England to reach the semi-finals. Unfortunately for Wales, they cannot reach the semi-finals. It's the Welsh Dragon against the English Lion. Wales have won the toss and have elected to bat. Commentators for the game are myself, Anthony Wood, along with Bob Baxter, and we'll be having a few of the England players come and join us as well over the duration of today. Play starts at 10:15 local time. For those watching in England and Wales, it's 8:15 your time. Match officials today are Daryl O'Sullivan from Brisbane, Australia, and Shantikumar Kantaratnam, who is representing Canada. So hope you chaps have a good game today. And from the Pitch Vision technical team, I'd just like to welcome Janine, who is the production manager, James, who's doing the scoring alongside me, and Bandil, who's on the camera. So welcome to you guys from myself. For Wales, it's going to be Ewan Rees opening the batting with Paul Rees. For England, from the bowling, it's going to be Sean Cooper from the far end. Wales team today is Ewan Rees, Julian Ballinger, Kerry Chahal, Malith Madrasinghe, Mark Davies, Matt Phillips, Mike Cann, Paul Rees, Rowan Evans, Roy Emmett, Simon Wood and Steve Maddock. So it looks as though we're getting set from the far end. Sight screen's just being moved. And the umpire's called play. Looks as though we've got a change of opening batsman there. Steve Maddock instead of Paul Rees. So the Welsh have clearly changed their batting lineup. There's no run there. In comes Cooper. Looks as though there'll be 2 runs there. So just touch round the corner on the 45. That's Rob Nelson there at just behind square. No runs there. England's side today is David Snellgrove as captain, Giles Eccleston, Richard Trotman, Nasir Ahmed, Steve Chapman, Jonathan Warman, and behind the stumps is Paul Fenn, number 9, Martin Gidley, Mehboob Ilahi, Sean Cooper, Rob Nelson and Craig Wilson. So good bowling from Sean Cooper. Tidy line and length. We're just trying to work out who the left-handed opening batsman is because he's got no number on his shirt. A little bit of away movement from Cooper there. Nicely taken by Paul Fenn. Standing up. So it's Steve Maddock to face from the other end, and it's Malath Madrasinghe, who is the left-handed batsman. Bowling from the commentary box end is Mehboob Ilahi, who has had a good World Cup so far. Taken 7 wickets so far for 94 runs, an economy rate of 5.22 and a strike rate of 15.4. He's currently bowled 18 overs so far in the World Cup. He is a left-arm orthodox bowler, so he'll be coming through, the umpire in the stumps. A little short to start, nicely played off the back foot. That will run all the way to the boundaries. Very quick outfield here today, so good start by Maddock. A bit more flight there from Ilahi, better control. England have decided not to go with another seamer to open the bowling today. Just played onto the onside for no run, that's Rob Nelson there. And again, good shot through the offside, should be 2 runs. It's Craig Wilson in the cover region. Ball will run very quickly to the outfield here. Grass is cut very short. As I said, it's a hot but windy day today, so picking the end for bowling is going to be a key factor. Spinners bowling into the wind. Score is 8 for no wicket so far, off 1.5 overs. And that's gone through the slip region or short gully region. Should be 2 runs again. Sean Cooper there fielding down at the 3rd man region. England haven't got a 3rd man, clearly for Ilahi. Takes the score on to 10 for no wicket after 2 overs. So good start from the Welsh. Just to give you a little bit of an update on the round so far, Wales have played 5. They've won 2, lost 3 and currently have 4 points. They played Pakistan and Pakistan won by 7 wickets. They then played India. India won by 9 wickets. In comes Cooper from the far end. It's played nicely off the leg side. There's no one there down at fine leg, so Rob Nelson's doing the chasing. Field's very close in from England. A little bit loose on the throw. Yeah, there's field changing going on there. So Rob Nelson's just come down to a wideish fine leg, and they've brought one across, that's David Snellgrove, into the square leg. Well, bowl from Cooper, and nicely taken from Paul Fenn there. Nice to see Fenny keeping today. He suffered a muscle injury against the UAE, having hit a 6, and then unfortunately that was disallowed because there was a no ball, or a dead ball I should say, and then the next run he tweaked it going for a quick single. Gets a little low there for Fenny. Just going back on the scores, so Wales, they played South Africa. South Africa are a very strong side. They won by 7 wickets. Although Wales posted a really good score, very competitive, 215 for 8, but South Africa chased that down, 217 for 3. They run that. Wales then played Namibia, and Wales won by 181 runs there. Wales scored 231 for 6, Namibia all out for 50. And the UAE was their last game where Wales won by 5 wickets. That was a good win. UAE scored 165 all out and Wales 169 for 5. Oh, that left the batsman. 1 ball to come in the over. So the Welsh team, 2 wins, so they'll be looking to make it a 3rd. Apologies for the background noise. It's very windy here today and the mic is very sensitive, so it picks up everything. So Cooper's got to finish strongly here. Plays that, and that's a nice on drive. There's Jonathan Wildman at wideish mid on there. Stopped that and hurt his hand in the process. So that's the end of the over, and Wales are 12 for no loss after 3 overs. England, on the other hand, have had 4 wins and 1 loss. So today, England must win to move through to the semi-final. They had a win against Namibia in round 1 and they scored 307 for 3. Namibia were 103 for 8. In comes Ilahi. That's a little bit of turn there. They then played the UAE. England won that game. England scored 216 for 9 and the UAE were all out for 160. A little bit wide from Ilahi, not quite on the right line at the moment. Batsman can get a good sighter, needs to get it more straighter and see if there's any movement from the pitch. Bit short that, and down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Not a good start from Ilahi here. He'll be looking for better. So that's 2 wides. England also played India and they won. India scored 218 for 8 and England chased them down, 222 for 5, winning by 5 wickets. Ilahi comes in. That's a flight, nice flight there from Ilahi. A little bit slower coming into the wind, he's coming into quite a strong breeze. They then lost to Pakistan, England did. A little bit more flight, played out to the gully region. Sean Cooper in that position. Big swing from the Welsh batsman there, but no contact. Not quite committed to the shot there, the Welsh opener. That's better. He's come forward and covered that. Better length there from Ilahi to finish the over. So Wales 15 for no wicket after 4 overs. Just continuing with the results for England, they lost to Pakistan, who are a very good side. Pakistan scored 234 for 8, batting first. England 194 all out, so they lost by 40 runs. England may have thought that was all, their World Cup was nearly over then, but they had a very, very strong win against South Africa. where South Africa posted 201 for 5 and England scored 202 for 7, winning by 3 wickets. In comes Cooper. It's quite full. Just played out to the point region. No runs. Craig Wilson's the man there. So that was a very, very great. It was a great game at Drakenstein Games Club. I've been told I'm not pronouncing very well some of the South African names, so apologies for that. But in comes Cooper. Yeah. Single. Diving stop from Craig. So England won that by 3 wickets, and they won through Martin Gidley hitting 17 off the penultimate over, which included a very long 6, about 80 yards, to win the game for England. So England were absolutely cock-a-hoot to win that, and that's kept them very much in the World Cup. It was a pleasure to see Alan Dawson playing for the Proteas veterans in that game, and his bowling was absolutely superb. In comes Cooper. A little bit of away swing, but not giving us a wide. Just bounced over the keeper to Richard Trotman, who's at first slip. Yes, it was good to see Alan Dawson. He was bowling that lovely away swing, and there was a period when he was bowling to Steve Chapman and the ball just moved 4 times on a row. It was like he had the ball on a string. Made the batsmen were inside out. Just on the back foot there. So quite watchful from Steve Maddock here, just looking to see what the pitch is doing. Inside edge, Mahbub Ilahi's down there, just should sweep that up for a single into the keeper. Cooper looking to complete his over, just down the leg side there, and that's going to race away for 4. That'll be 4 byes, I think, or wide, no, wides. Yeah, so a little bit ragged from England to start here. Had a couple of wides, so 4 wides there. Paul Fenn couldn't get across. It's nicely driven. It's going to run 2, just the 2. So nicely driven to the onside boundary, deep long on. 2 runs, that's the end of the over. Takes the score on to 24 for no wicket, or 5 overs. Good footwork from Madrasinghi there. Ilahi to continue. A little bit wide, a bit too wide there from the England bowler. These two last met in the Marlborough Cup, which was held at Marlborough College, and England had a win, quite a convincing win over Wales then, but anything can happen in World Cups. As I said, the Welsh have had 2 good wins, and so they'll be looking to make that a 3rd. It's short there, and it's pulled away. That should run to the boundary for 4, and it does. So another loose delivery from Ilahi there, just on the legs stump and short, and pulled away by Maddock for 4. 28 for the Welsh so far, with 3 balls left in this over. It's quite tough bowling into that strong breeze. Good flight. It's nicely driven by Maddock, and that's going to go for 4 runs. So field's quite tight from quite close in from England. Maybe they need to just give a little bit of width and bring the players back to the circle, but that's a very good shot from Maddock there, who currently in the World Cup so far has scored 22 runs and taken no wicket. So it's a good start from Maddock. Moves the Welsh team on to 32 for no wicket. Again, that's short and wide. End of the over. Ilahi seems to be struggling a little bit from that end. He's just pointing to the run-up region. It's a little bit of a run uphill to the stumps, which is always a little bit disconcerting for bowlers, but it's about the pace as it comes out of the arm, clearly into the wind. That's what he's got to work on. So it's still Sean Cooper to continue from the far end. And Malith Madrasinghe, so far in the World Cup, has scored 31 runs and taken 4 wickets. So England need a wicket to settle their nerves. It's well covered. No run there. Sean Cooper's bowling in the World Cup so far. He's played 3 matches, bowled 17 overs, 2 for 80. His economy rate is 4.71 and his strike rate is 51. So he'll be looking to improve that. That's wide. Cut down to point, and that's Craig Wilson there, number 18. Nicely cut for no run. Well fielded. That's Nasser Ahmed there in the extra cover region. He's falling over on his back as he picked that up off the ground. That was a good take. Big shout for an LBW. Umpire unmoved, and that's just gone for a single down to the 3rd man region. So big shout from Cooper there and the keeper. Umpire totally unmoved. It's coming over the wicket this time to the right-handed Maddock. Just on the leg side, and that should be a single. Yep, that's going to be a leg bye. End of the over. So Wales have moved on to 34 for no loss of wicket after 7 overs. Good start from the Welsh. Current run rate is 4.86. England still staying with Ilahi. When you're driving with the wind behind you, so getting that length absolutely spot on is so important for Ilahi, and it's varied a little bit so far, but as I said, the wind is brisk. Just on the leg side and pulled away. There's a man down there. That's Jonathan Wildman. Throws in over to Paul Fent. So Ilahi is coming over the wicket now to Madrasinghi. Field placing changes here. David Snellgrove is coming across to a short extra. Within the first 15 overs, which is the first power play, you can have 3 fielders outside the ring. Nicely played on the onside. There's a man down there. Should cut that off, which he does. It's a good throw. Good throw in. With Ilahi, he's bowling into the left-handers' pads here. We saw Khurram Khan for the UAE play very well in that mid-wicket region, so Snellgrove's obviously put himself there looking for that, but that looks as though it's going to be a wide. It is. So 1 run to the Welsh and another ball. Yeah, he just played that ball so well, Khurram Khan, around the mid-wicket region, hit it very hard. A bit short, and just gone down the leg side. It's probably going to be 2. Yep, they're coming back for their second. So good tactic from Wales here to open with a left and right-handed combination of batsmen. Knowing that England have got 4 spinners, I think, in the side today. It's well covered. Ooh, nearly got through. So that's the end of the over, and Wales have moved nicely on to 40 now for the loss of no wicket after 8 overs. So a good start by the Wales team. Yep, So England have got 4 spinners playing today. They've got Stephen Chapman, who bowls left arm orthodox, Martin Gidley, who bowls right arm off spin, Mehboob Ilahi, who you've seen there, who bowls left arm orthodox, and Rob Nelson, who bowls right arm off spin. Mo Fires is rested today. He's also a very good and quality left arm spinner. So England have got a lot of good quality spin bowling. In comes Cooper from the far end. Very tight bowling there from Sean. So the Welsh, clearly having won the toss, wanted to set England a total, and they've made a really good start. It's well covered. I don't know what a pass score is here, but I would have thought the Welsh must be looking for 240. That sort of score, 250. I can have a quick look and see what the run projection is, but they'll no doubt accelerate later on as well, if they don't lose wickets. Just down the leg side a little bit there. Not taken full advantage of by Maddock there. Thought he might have punched that hard through the mid-wicket region. Nicely tucked down the leg side. Just a single. Not looking to push too hard for the 2. And that's a good throw in from Mehboob Ilahi to Paul Fenn. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. So England a little errant on the direction of their bowling against the Wales team today. They've been very, very methodical so far in this World Cup campaign, bowling in good areas. Quite content to go back. Maddock there, just cover the his stumps. We'll try and also give you some updates from the other group games during the broadcast. That's the end of the over. So 43 for the loss of no wicket after 9 overs. And just about the World Cup, we'll give you a little bit of a taste of what's been happening since the 6th of March to the 20th of March. Well, there's going to be 56 games being played. And the final is at Newlands, so after the pool group games, there's the playoffs and the semi-finals and the cup final. There's 14 nations taking part. We've been playing at clubs, schools and universities, and the final is going to be live streamed by Pitch Vision at Newlands. There's been a lot of work done by the sponsors, so it would be remiss not to mention them. Evergreen Lifestyle, who are the main sponsor. Devil's Peak Brewery have been keeping all the players well lubricated with beers after the game. Vita 24 have provided all the soft drinks during the games, and there's been plenty of supply of those. And the whole tournament's been supported by the City of Cape Town, so it's been an absolutely fantastic affair, all set up through Roger Moult and the World Cup organising committee. So without those ladies and gentlemen's work and involvement, this would not be happening. The cricket is very competitive, but there's a nice social element after the game, as we experienced when England played South Africa, and there were beers held on the middle of the ground at Groot Drakenstein. So, change of bowling is Martin Gidley coming on from the commentary end with his right arm off spin to Madrasinghe. Nicely played. I do apologise if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. Teams in Pool B are Pakistan, England, South Africa, Wales, India and Namibia. That's gone up in the air and that could be held, and it is. Very safely held by Steve Chapman. So England take a wicket with the change of bowling from Martin Gidley, and obviously the ball coming across the left-handed batsman was harder for him to play than coming into his leg. So good start from Martin Gidley and a good catch from Steve Chapman. Tall man, so height was never going to be an issue, and it just held up a little bit in the wind. Marcus Sharp's the man coming on with some drinks, and looks as though there's an impromptu drinks break. Really important due to the weather that there is constant hydration. I have to say, having been involved with the England camp, and it's a credit to the England management team, Peter Ryder, Jonah, Bob Baxter, that they've rotated players and got everyone involved. So, new incoming batsman is Paul Rees, who we originally thought was going to be opening the batting. He's got number 7 on his shirt. Currently got 43 runs in the World Cup so far. Right-handed bat, and he bowls right arm off spin. Hasn't taken any wickets yet, but let's hope he has a good innings. Four balls left in this Gidley over. But certainly it's very drivable if you go through the shot over the inner ring with the wind behind you. That's well bowled. Nicely covered as well. Played. It's just getting his front foot. So 43 for 1 wicket off 10. First drinks break is at 15 overs, and that coincides with the end of the first power play, and then the next drinks breaks are at 30, and that's another power play, and obviously 45 overs completion of the innings. So we've got a change of fielder. It looks like Sean Cooper's going off. England, and well, throughout all teams are allowed to play 12 players, but the requirement is that the players all have to have fielded for 35 overs. So there's a rotation of players. Charles Eccleston's come on. Scored a magnificent 84 against South Africa in the last round. absolutely top draw innings against the very, very difficult bowling of Eckstein and co. So we've got a change of bowling. It's Steve Chapman from the far end, number 3. Again, left arm orthodox. Will come in between probably the stumps and the umpire. That's a good start. So Maddox, the batsman facing. The other England spinner is Rob Nelson today. A little bit more flight from Steve. His club is Bishop's Auckland in Durham, and he's also done a lot of coaching with Durham County Cricket Club as well, and also in Australia. It's nicely bowled. It's just out to the offside for 1 run. So Paul Rees to face his first ball from Chapman. Oh, that's missed everything. Nice take by Paul Fenn there. Gone down the leg side, so that's a wide. Doesn't look as though there's much turn there at the present time. It's just played down to the short third man region, and Rob Nelson's there. Bit more flight from, oh, it's an inside edge. Got to push 2 there, but Elahi's the man fielding, and yes, it's 2 runs. Inside edge. That's the end of the over, and the score is 48 for 1 wicket off 11. So 4 overs till the first drinks break, and the power play finishes. So we've got a Giles Eccleston, I think, is the, no, it's David Snellgrove who's in it. The fielding short, and that's nicely driven. It's just gone to Steve Chapman's right. It's just going to hold up. I thought there was a catch there at one point. It just didn't have the legs to get to him. Fenny made good ground there, but no bat involved. It was great to hear the Welsh team sing their national anthem today without the use of any mics or flash drives, just sang it as a team. Great voice. In comes Gidley. Let's just push forward, no runs. Just neutralising any spin there. It's just on the leg side, that's swept. Looks as though it's going towards the boundary, but not going to make it, so just the 2 runs. Chased down by David Snellgrove there. There's a big work rate for all the cricketers in this competition. After this pool stage, where they play 6 games, and obviously they have 1 bye, there's another 2 rounds of playoffs. That's a little bit wider from Gidley. Not given as a wide, so a lot of cricket. And there's some tired bodies. Certainly the physio's couch is getting quite a lot of interest and work. Just wide on the offside, and that's should be 2 runs. So the Welsh running hard, pushing hard. A few tired bodies around, but that's good 2 runs there to Maddock. End of the over, and that's 53 for 1. And that's why it's important to have a squad of 16 to 18 so that you can rotate. There's also been some illnesses generally across all the teams, some tummy bugs, so that's certainly not helped the players, obviously along with their muscle recovery from playing a lot of cricket. So Paul Rees to face, and he's just played that onto the offside, a little bit uppish. Just a single though. He's not looking to push hard for a 2. Wales will be wanting to keep wickets, just keep the strike ticking over. There are lots of runs on this ground in between the fielders. So they've got to keep wickets in hand, Wales. Giles Ecclestone's the man there at point. Driven, but for no runs. Didn't quite get all of that. Bottom of the bat by the sound of things. Not going right through with the shot either. So a little hesitant there. That's well bowled and well covered. So good start by Steve Maddock here. It sounded like that was a chance. Could have put the commentator's curse on Steve there, but he's on 26 at the moment. A little bit more bounce there for Chapman. Good line that is from Chapman there. And that's the end of the over. So England have started to peg Wales back a little bit here. 13 overs gone and 54 is the score. So run rate's gone down now to 4.15. A little bit quiet in the England outfield. Gidley to resume. Just moving the field, Chapman a little bit wider for the upish on drive. Nicely covered. Shorter, that's turned. It might be buys, or he's got an inside edge on that. But certainly evaded Paul Fenn behind, and he has got an inside edge. Just went back there. So just a single. Bowled by Martin Gidley. Sweat and big shout, and he's given him out. So Gidley's taken England's second wicket of the Welsh innings. Just got too far across, and he was adjudged LBW by the umpire. So Airy Plum was the call, and that's a good start from Gidley. So his accuracy is paying off with the flight. I did say that they're tending to get too far across, and that wasn't there to sweep that ball. So unfortunately for Wales, that's the second wicket that falls. Some drinks coming on again. New batsman coming in. I think is Mark Davies, but I can't see his shirt number, unfortunately. We haven't got a batting order from the Wales team management, so we're going purely by numbers at the moment, so apologies to the viewers. It's been one of the challenges of the World Cup, I have to say, not having the batting order. So it is number 88, which is Mark Davies. England having some drinks, and we'll just take a short break. Okay, we're back now with the action. Gidley to continue. He's got 2 balls left in this over. Used to play county cricket, Martin Gidley, for Leicestershire, I believe, for a number of years, and also played in South Africa for Orange Free State. So he's a very seasoned veteran of cricket. Very well bowled and nicely played. Ooh, a little bit of turn there. That's the end of the over, 55 for 2, or 14, so Wales under a little bit of pressure here now. England have started to peg the Welsh team back with some very accurate bowling from Gidley and Chapman. I should also say at this point that the World Cup organiser, Roger Moult, Cape Town Cricket Club, is Roger's club. So we're delighted to be hosted by Cape Town Cricket Club, and thank you, Roger, for getting this wonderful ground together for England's game against Wales. Wind's just picking up a little bit. Steve Chapman is to continue. No run there. That's Nasser Ahmed, who's at the extra cover region, number 12. He's played some good innings for England as well. Good use of the feet, which you'll probably see in his innings for England if he gets in. A little bit of turn there, well taken by Paul Fenn. Batsmen are covering it well. That's evaded the keeper and slip fielder. It's not going to get run for 4 though. It's going to be 2 wides. Played on the onside by Mark Davies, not looking to push 2 there, just a single. So England just pegging the run rate back now. 3.94 is the run rate. It was up in the high 4s beforehand. That's gone up in the air, and that should be caught by Nasser Ahmed. Oh, he's completely missed it. Didn't even get a hand to it. That's a poor drop by England there. Nasser will be kicking himself on that. He sets very high standards for himself. So England missed out on a wicket there. Went reasonably high, but was certainly very catchable. And that's hit nicely. No run, well fielded. That's Giles Eccleston there in the extra cover region. A little bit flatter from Gidley there. That's no run. Paul Fenn just mops that one up. So end of a good over, but with a chance. So England will be kicking themselves a little bit there. Should have taken their 3rd wicket. 62 for 2 is the score, or 16. Chapman to continue. with his left arm orthodox, also known as Chappie by the England team. All got various nicknames. I do like the one for Rob Nelson, which is Lord Nelson. A little bit more flight, and just playing across his pad there. Not clearly looking to on-drive it to hit the mid-wicket region. That's nicely played out to the onside. One of the noticeable things of this World Cup is that we haven't seen a lot of sweeping. Probably the only player I saw sweep regularly was Khurram Khan. Actually, he got out to it, just picked the wrong length against the English bowling there. So the Welsh batsmen just looking for the ball to come on so they can nurdle it round the corner. A little bit quicker there. Well covered by Art Davies, well played out. There's going to have to be some intensity of batsmanship soon from the Welsh team to push the scoring on. Not looking for the singles, the Welsh team. Just content to push the ball back to the bowler. It's nicely driven, and a misfield there from Nasir Ahmed. There's a man out there, it's Rob Nelson, so he's thrown that in. That's the end of the over, so score moves on to 64 for 2, off 17 now. A bit more clapping in the field to get the England team motivated. Gidley's continuing. Good use of the feet. Davies content to just play that back. No runs. Hit straight back to Gidley. That's a lovely shot, and that's going to be 6 runs. So very well timed by Mark Davies there. 6 over the long off boundary. Picked that up beautifully. Ball flew very quickly. So the score moves on to 70 for 2 for the Welsh. That was good to see from Mark. Man's pushed back, that's Jonathan Wildman at deep long off. Well watched from Davies. That's again pushed to the long off boundary. A little bit more air from Gidley, so Mark Davies took full advantage of that, and he takes the strike now. So it's the end of Gidley's over. He's currently bowled 5 overs and 1 maiden, 2 for 15. So good start from Martin. Paul Rees is on 8 and Mark Davies is on 9. That's a lovely drive by Mark Davies there. That should run for 4, and it does. So very well done by Mark Davies. He's looking to push hard now at the England bowlers. Just waiting for the bad ball, which is over pitched. And he's picked the ball superbly so far for 4 runs there. So Chapman just erring a little on length there. And well covered again. It's quite nice to see the Welsh flag. We may be able to get a shot of it from Bandil, who's on the roving camera, how it's about 3 times the size of the English flag. And that's well bowled from Steve Chapman, a little bit shorter of a length. Fluttering very nicely in the wind. Very proud nation. Phil's just pushed out a little bit onto the ring. Sean Cooper's hobbling a little bit, number 5 there. He's going to the short extra, and Nasir Ahmed's just moving round on the ring. And he's given out. So Chapman strikes. Davies looked very surprised that he was out, but walked off without any contest of the decision, and rightfully so. So unlucky Mark Davies, but well bowled Steve Chapman. So Wales have lost their 3rd wicket now. Scores on 75. New batsman coming in is number 23, Kerry Chahal. Paul Rees is just getting a drink from his colleague while Kerry gets himself set up. Left-handed bat, and also bowls left arm medium. Scored 4 runs so far in the World Cup. Not taking any wickets, but he'll be looking to improve upon that. So we've got right and left-handed combination now. Few field placing changes here. So England have managed to make some inroads to the Welsh team without looking entirely convincing, but they have. So sign of a good team. Things have not always gone their way. Chapman looks as though he's looking for a little bit more of a leg side field with a man short mid wicket, square leg just behind square on the 45 mid on. In comes Chapman. Just played off the back foot for no run. Kept low, but nicely taken by Paul Fenn there, so no run. Chapman finishes his over, and that's 19 gone now. Gidley's to continue. Nicely played by Paul Rees there, just waiting for the loose one from Gidley to pounce on. Gidley's bowled very, very tight, very economically so far. 2 dot balls. Well picked up by Giles Eccleston there, the extra cover region. Driven, no run. Giles Eccleston's the man there. And that is going to complete a maiden for Gidley, so a very good over, and that's the 20 overs now. So just to show you there the flags of England and the much larger flag of the Welsh national team. That's the Welsh Dragon. You can see the wind. Thank you, Bandil, that was very kind. It's always nice to set a little bit of context to where we are, and it is a ground that's surrounded by trees to our right and to the left, and at the back there you can see where the other sight screens are. A few supporters in on the offside boundary to the current batsman, and quite a few around the clubhouse, so good gathering of spectators, ground staff who've worked very hard in this World Cup. We had a lot of rain earlier in the start of the World Cup, but in comes Chapman, There's no run there, not to Eccleston. Yeah, all the clubs, grounds, universities, schools worked so hard to get the games on when there was a lot of rain in the first week of the World Cup. Things have certainly improved, and the sun's come out and the wind's quite strong, so it's drying out all the wickets. A bit short on the offside, but couldn't capitalise on that. Chahal just not piercing that inner ring. England have got a little bit of a stranglehold now on the Wales batting. Fenn quickly round to recover that. Yeah, I think the slow bowling is certainly the right option here, not allowing the ball to come on to the bat quickly, making the batsman do the work. And a little bit quicker there. Again, no run. Got 2 balls left in this over. We'll be wanting to see the over out, and that's kept a little low. Trying to drive that off the back foot, but got completely over the top of it. So I don't think it's easy for the batsman. No run there. And that's a maiden, so another maiden for England. Some good pressure now on the Welsh batting side. Coming up to the halfway point shortly. And we've got a change of bowling. Rob Nelson's coming on in place of Martin Gidley. Right arm off spin. Plays his cricket at Bronsbury Cricket Club along with James Williams. Very much involved with the club and all aspects of the club there. So he bowls a nice loopy right arm off spin, very similar to Martin Gidley. What's his field going to be? He's got a man down deep just behind on the pull. Still got one slip in. Got a man down deep at long on. If you can't see that on camera. Ringfield. Good start from Rob Nelson there, just outside the line I think. But yeah, good start, good pace on the ball. Looking inquisitively at the umpire. That was a very good decision by the umpire. He'll be looking to start strongly. That's driven. Looks as though that's going to go for 4 runs, so a little over pitch there from Nelson. Good strike by Paul Rees. Robert in the World Cup so far has played 2 matches. He's only bowled 12 overs and currently has taken no wicket for 33. He'll be looking to improve on that. Swept? No. Stop that going down the leg side. Economy rate is very good though. It's at 2.75, so it does bowl a very tight line. Slight change of field now. They're going to push man out to the extra cover. That looks like Craig Wilson there, number 18. Quite a lot of turn there from Rob Nelson. Paul Rees just coming forward to neutralise any turn there. Just on the leg stump, a little bit of turn. That's the end of the over, and Wales are 79 for 3 off 22, and I'm joined now by Charlie Knightley, who's England's other wicket keeper, who's having his rest day today. So welcome, Charlie. You enjoying the World Cup so far?
Thanks very much. Absolutely fantastic. Wonderful to be out here in Cape Town. Very strange to have a rest day.
Yes. You've done how many games on the trot?
It's already done 5, I think, haven't we? So this is our 6th game, isn't it?
Yes. I was just saying to the viewers that Paul Fenn had an injury. Normally there would be a little bit of a rotation policy, but you've enjoyed it so far. What have been the highlights for you so far?
I think always on a sports tour, it's the camaraderie of the team.
Yep.
And then actually being able to pit your wits against individuals who are doing the same thing but all over the world.
Yes.
So it doesn't get a lot better than that.
Have you had a lot of opportunity to play against a number of these players in your time playing for England, or are you new to some of the teams?
I'm pretty new really, just 50 last year, so my first season in the 50s was last summer.
Yep.
So no, I played against the West Indies in July over in the UK.
Yep.
But apart from that, this is my first venture against many of these teams.
Oh, good. Got a change of bowling, so Mehboob Ilahi is coming on from the far end. And that was the Marlborough?
No, this was pre-Marlborough actually.
Okay.
A couple of games prior to that. I think India and the West Indies were over in the UK.
Okay.
And there were some games prior to Marlborough. I didn't play at Marlborough. But here we are now with a great group.
There's good team spirit in the side, isn't there? I was saying you all help each other out, and those that are rested are fully involved in making sure there's drinks and everything.
Absolutely. Here I am with
the other
3
team
drinks
members
in front of me for whoever may need them. A bit cooler today than yesterday though, or on Wednesday should I say, or Monday was it we played. A little bit cooler, so not quite so taxing in the field.
What do you think of England's bowling so far?
Well, I must admit I've been face down on the physio bench for about half an hour. Just,
nice throw in by Giles Eccleston there, and a good take from Paul Fenn. Looks very tidy, Paul Fenn, behind the stumps.
But I think we'll be looking for a couple of wickets now. Would be very, very apt. I mean,
must say you've kept very well in the 5 games that you've played, and batted well, and you've scored some crucial runs in the UAE game, didn't you? Where you reverse swept.
No, that was the India game.
Oh, it was the India game.
India game, yeah. Well, it ebbed and flowed. It's a different role for me actually, coming in at 7 and 8 that I normally do. So with 4 or 5 overs to go, I wouldn't say I've perfected it, but I think hopefully moving forward.
Yeah, nice left and right hand combination as well.
I think being a lefty probably helps. A little bit.
And maybe you could tell us a little bit about what you do work-wise as well.
Yeah, well, I've been very, very fortunate that I've been supported by Felsted School, where I work as Director of Sport. Because obviously we're in term time as we speak. So, massive thank you to my colleagues and also the community at Felsted. Hopefully flying the flag for the school out here in South Africa. Probably quite fortunate we do have a number of ex-professional athletes or sportsmen and women at the school who are heading up our different sports, so they're quite used to
being called upon.
People being called upon.
Yep.
So yes, not totally unique, although maybe at the over-50s range a little bit more unique.
That's good.
So yeah, I've only done the 22 years there though, so I've still got a bit
so
of time.
still a youngster.
Yeah, still got to bed in a little bit.
Well, score's 80 for 3, so England starting to peg back the Welsh team from the early opening salvo of 23 overs, nearly at the halfway point. Well, we probably are at the halfway point. 45 overs is the allotted number of overs for the innings. Rob Nelson is coming round the wicket. I liked Rob's opening salvo. It's, not bowled a lot in the World Cup, but he got straight on the money there with his bowling.
Absolutely, he did a little tweak. He had a little injury tweak earlier on, and just held him back for a game or so, I think. But
yep.
Looks to be running in pretty smoothly this morning, and hopefully we'll bowl into a left-hander. May suit him.
Yes. That's very well bowled.
So yeah, I mean a lot of the players obviously play against each other in the county championship over in the UK during the summer, and some you see less of depending which region you play in. So it's been nice actually to meet some of the players from my point of view from the northern region that you don't meet unless
normally
it
play
happens
against
to be a knockout game or they've made it through their group.
And you represent which county?
So I'm with Essex.
Yep.
But Felster being in Essex, so I've played my senior cricket with Essex. But it's been great because actually I played a lot of my junior cricket with Gloucestershire. And Richard Trotman being
from Gloucestershire.
Man, we played under 19 and second 11 cricket together. And met up again as
it's wide ball.
Slightly wiser. Well, actually, that might be the wrong word.
Slightly older and wiser.
Yes. We like to claim.
Yeah.
But,
that's good.
That's been really good fun.
That's a quick single there. Is that Sean Cooper?
Yes.
He looks to be struggling a little bit, Charlie.
Well, he's probably the fittest man out there,
yes,
you know, but I think he's just carrying a little strain in his calf.
Okay.
But I have full confidence in soldiering through.
And his recovery.
Absolutely.
In comes Rob Nelson. That's a little bit wider, cut to the offside. There is a man down there. So just a single. Welsh players just looking for the balls that are in their zone. Not looking to force the pace coming down the track yet. 84 for 3 is the score, so they have got to push it along a little bit. I don't know what a pass score would be here, but I suspect 180 would be a good score. 180 to 200.
Well, I always feel when you bat first, you're probably looking to challenge 220 plus. But then every wicket is different.
Absolutely.
I think this wicket, the scores have been slightly lower on than maybe some of the other grounds around in the competition.
That's the end.
From an England,
that's the end of the over.
So I think from an England point of view, it's keeping the score as manageable as possible.
Absolutely.
And from a Welsh point of view, kicking on and putting a total on the board.
Yeah. At some point, they're going to have to start taking some risks with the batting. So it's Kerry Chahal facing this end.
It's a slightly new concept with the wind today. We haven't played many games with windy conditions. I always feel with sport it's a factor.
Yes, it is a factor. Yes, I thought early on Mehboob was just struggling a little to get his line again, bowling into the wind, but coming from the far end now, he's changed ends, so it'll be interesting to see how he shapes up against the left hand coming over the wicket. That's well bowled. Oh, it looks as though it's given wide. It's not come off the bat. So Paul Fenn runs down to pick that up into Trotman. 2 wides. It's quite a big work rate for all the players, though, isn't it?
I think so. I think we players work through their paces before they came out, knowing that
Mm-hmm.
the game's come thick and fast. Obviously, we played 2 in a row and then had the rest day yesterday, which I think would have helped.
Yes.
But I think, yeah, you get used to it. I think.
Yeah.
I've certainly enjoyed it. I think sometimes actually playing more, the body gets used to it. You know, certainly as a keeper.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No runs there.
sometimes the rest day you can stiffen up, can't you?
You can.
So you keep going, keep moving.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, get some overs in the legs for bowlers, and batsmen like to bat as well. We have had a number of varying conditions there, haven't we, in the games, and varying wickets as well.
Certainly varying wickets, obviously, towards the end of the season in Cape Town. So a lot of the wickets would have been used over time. I mean, they've all created different challenges. Certainly our game against South Africa, I think the temperature probably,
That was
for
incredible,
many reasons,
wasn't it?
for many reasons went up.
Yes.
But
yes.
I did feel it was slightly cruel. I think we were about 10 overs in, and I could smell the brine drifting across the ground. I presume that was a tactic. They started to light up across the ground.
They were trying to get you into the Boorley roll, which I pronounced incorrectly first time, and then got told how to pronounce it. So just a single there. Giles Ecclestone's picked that up, thrown that in, and that's the end of the over. And I'm going to pass over the commentary now to Bob Baxter, who from Middlesex and England team management.
Thank you, Anthony. Morning to everybody's listening.
Morning, Bob. How are you?
Yeah, Charlie, how are you? Have you a rest day today?
Yeah, a rarity.
Well, first one, isn't it?
It is. I say I'm not obviously spending a living coaching and watching the youngsters. It's never quite as enjoyable when you're watching your own team.
No, I agree. I've been pacing around the boundary as usual, and not very good at sitting down and saying nothing.
And we've kind of got ourselves into a bit of a knockout competition from pretty early on, haven't we? In the sense of every game's an important one, but that's part of the fun.
Part of the fun, yeah. We've obviously got to win today to go through to the semi, and Wales have got off to a half decent start. We've pegged them back a bit, but 89 for 3 in the 26.
Yeah, I think they were 40 off 7, so
they were
quite a good comeback. But as you say, every run will count.
Pakistan have already got to Namibia 6 down, so their game will finish reasonably early, I guess.
Move to. So we've only got 4 in the ring at the moment. I think they're going to have to bring someone up.
Yep, look, extra covers coming up into the ring. Gonna make sure we've got 5 in the circle.
But it's been very noticeable while over here. All the teams have been great spirit amongst the teams that have played each other, and also within the teams themselves. I think everyone's enjoyed that
Now I'm in South Africa.
opportunity.
Had a nice beer with the South Africans after the game. Very good spirit played yesterday.
Well, that was quite a
It's
tradition.
up in the air, out to mid wicket. Well fielded, out in the deep, and there's just 1 run.
Well, it was quite a strange tradition, wasn't it, to be tipping your beer on the
wicket. Yeah.
on the wickets.
Yeah,
It's,
a lot of grounds wouldn't like that very much.
no, although if that is the tradition, it's probably had a fair amount over the time.
It has. They play a lot of games at Groot. A lot of touring teams play there.
It was quite a backdrop.
Fantastic backdrop, and it's quite a decent crowd watching as well.
Well, they're local. I felt we were probably outnumbered slightly on the
Just a little bit,
supporters front.
Yes. Wasn't the result that most of them were looking for.
No.
But it was obviously a more important result for us than South Africa, because of South Africa they win today and we win, we both go through to the semis. So, got a bit of our work cut out at the moment.
Yeah, as I say, I think when you're chasing a total, you want it to be as small as it possibly can be.
Yeah, the side batting second here is the average score is not very high, I don't think.
No.
As I was told earlier, but 90 off 26 here, 90 for 3. And Mahbub Alahi will continue. Left arm spin.
An opportunity for a single on the
leg
kind of
side,
square on the leg side.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to get the batsman to play against the turning ball.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got a slip in, so I still think there's sort of turning a little bit enough to keep a slip in the 27th over. Wickets are, if we can keep taking wickets, it'll be good. Ben quickly out from behind the stumps, saves a single.
So the batsman here, number 7 for Wales, Paul Rees, we were actually at universities together.
Oh, were you?
Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Down in Cardiff. Another lifetime ago, obviously.
Just a few years ago.
Just a few years ago. So I think he's one of the new guys to the Welsh team over the last
couple of years, is it?
Well, the last year, no doubt.
Last year, I suppose, because you're roughly the same age. Yeah, would be. Well, you're bowling a better line now, and well taken that one by Fenn behind the stumps.
Well bowled. So wrapped him on the glove there.
Yes, it's well bowled, but it's probably not too good for England's point of view, seeing the ball jump up like that. Breaking the commentary there, but the Welsh player who's been hit on the hand is getting some treatment, and the England team are taking the option of having a drink. Looks like Rees will continue. He's had a bit of magic spray.
Players are normally keen for a little drinks break if the opportunity arises.
Yes, it's not as it's wind is. You might be able to gather from the commentary. It's blowing a bit of a gale here. Well, not a gale, but blowing quite hard, and certainly not as hot as it was at Stellenbosch 2 days ago.
No, that was warm.
It was like the 32 on that's my phone told me. It was quite warm.
This is more reminiscent actually. Like a little touring side, the Strollers, Bob.
Right.
And in fact, they're centenary year this year.
Okay.
2-week tour down to Devon. Well, the West Country, then Devon. We've been doing this they've been doing this for many years, of which I've been part of that. Talking about camaraderie, huge friendships in that side, and the wind that's blowing down this ground at the moment reminds me of sunny Instow.
Instow, yes, I played at North Devon Creek Club.
Where occasionally the wind blows.
Always blows.
And it can be rather chilly on a sunny August day.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah. I've been there myself on tour.
So any players out there keen for a couple of weeks tour of, I think starting off in the Cotswolds actually,
okay,
and then moving down to Devon.
You going on it yourself?
Well, I will certainly, absolutely try and make as much of the tour as I can. My eldest plays now as well, so
good.
Very keen, very much.
How old is he?
Well, stepson, so 15.
Okay.
This summer, so we'll be very keen for a few games, and a few young legs might well be required in a 2-week tour.
Very much so, yes. Especially, don't suppose you're going to bed too early either.
Well, there are certain occasions that we have to attend, Bob.
Exactly. Has to be done.
Yeah, very much so.
Are there games most days, or?
I think absolutely. I think probably the weekend there might be one rest day on the
Right.
Saturday because of league cricket,
Yeah.
and so on. But a side full of kind of teachers and i.e. the hard workers, and then a few fly-by-night lawyers and accountants to help out. And in fact, it reminded me, I think the Cape Town Cricket Club mentioned they had a test cricketer in, was it Vermeulen, the keeper?
This
This is his club, and he actually played at North Devon.
Oh, did he?
So he played against the Strollers. I don't know if it was last year, or it may have been a couple of years ago.
Right. He was presumably somebody's overseas pro.
He would have been the overseas pro at North Devon.
Yeah.
Obviously a member of Cape Town Cricket Club, where we are today. And I think that's something that the Tour and the World Cups highlighted, how small the world can be with sport.
Indeed.
People you meet.
Yeah. Yes, met a couple of people out here. An English guy, Peter Brown, who's here with his wife on holiday and came to watch some of our game that's been hit out into the deep.
And caught.
And caught. Eccleston taking one in the deep, which welcome wicket for England. 4 down, 91 for 4. What do you think? 150 would be challenging? 160?
I think from the start, I think the team will be quite pleased with 150.
Yeah.
I think that should be the target.
Yes. Yeah, if we can keep them down to around that score. Or less, obviously. Had to chase 200 the other day against South Africa, and we were 50 odd for 4 and in a bit of trouble, but managed to get out of that one. Thanks to a few very good knocks from Eccleston, Wildman and Gidley at the end. And, yeah, I don't think on this wicket, I think that was a better wicket than the one today.
I think it wasn't an easy wicket. It was a
wasn't
different
easy,
type of wicket.
different type of
a little
wicket,
bit
yeah.
tennis ball bouncy.
Hmm.
This one obviously turning a little bit. I mean, that was, I think, trying to hit that into the wind.
Yes.
Probably not the area to take on, but
Actually hit it quite well, but was straight down to
well enough to well enough
to carry.
reach
To
the
carry,
fielder.
yeah. So a few more drinks for the English team. Fall of that wicket, and
New batsman, left-hander.
Anthony seems to have taken his book away, so I'm not quite sure with all the stats. But we'll try and find out who this batsman is.
Is it Cam? Okay.
Could be Michael Cairn.
I can't quite see his number from where we are at the moment. No, he finishes with a 4.
Could be Rowan Evans then, or could be Michael Cairn because he's 84. So let's have a look.
84.
Yes, it is. We've sussed out. Michael Cairn has come in. Got 6. Like most people at this time of the tour, I was on the physio's bench this morning getting some physio.
Well, we've been blessed with some excellent physios out here.
There we have, yeah. Great.
Just helping us tick along.
Yes, we've got one of the physios is one of the players who's got a day off today, Marcus Sharp, and South African physio's done a bit of work for us this morning.
Yeah, Mark, who's
yeah.
based at Weinberg
Yeah.
College. Done a lot of a few chats with him actually. He's done quite a lot of research into rugby injuries and what the most prevalent injuries were, and etc. I think his study was quite a few years ago, so he said actually it would be interesting to do it again with the game having evolved and moved on.
So we've got a change of bowling here. So we've got Trotman coming on.
Absolutely, Richard just setting the field.
Hasn't bowled much on this trip so far. I think he's only had one spell, if I remember rightly.
I think maybe a couple. I think he had a little spell against Namibia.
He did,
the
certainly the first day.
And then a few overs against Pakistan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Didn't bowl on Monday against South Africa.
No.
So he's going to come round the wicket. Right arm round the wicket. A fairly short run. Fenny's decided to keeper's going to stand back for the start. See how it goes. Good start by Trotman. Play and miss through to Fenn. Takes well.
Yeah, he's an interesting one, Richard, as a keeper, because you probably want to stand up in some ways, but he has got bowls a heavy ball, has the ability to.
Somewhat similar result from the second ball. Play and miss.
I sense that the batsman is thinking any opportunity to throw their hands at the ball, they will.
Yeah. Nicely played at this time, but straight to cover. Good start from Trotman, 4 dot balls so far.
Good pick up there from Johnny Wildman at backward point.
Play and miss, it just didn't quite carry through to the keeper, so he stops it, gets everything behind it and stops it, so no runs.
It certainly looks like a wicket where you want to be bowling wicket to wicket.
Yes, definitely. It's a bit of certainly some uneven bounce, isn't there? That one kept quite low. So a great start from Trotman, a maiden over, which finishes the 29th over, and Wales 93 for 4. Charlie was saying earlier they got off to a really good start with 40 odd off the first 7 or 8 overs, and they pegged it back nicely. Nelson going to continue from this end. Quite nicely so far.
It seems to be in a good rhythm. I think he'd probably be quite pleased with the left-hander at the other end.
Yeah, 2 lefties at the moment, which for the off-spin will be good for him. Nicely flighted. So far we've had Cooper bowling 5 overs, none for 16. Elahi has bowled 7 overs, none for 28. Martin Gidley bowled 6 overs, 2 for 15. Steve Chapman 6 overs, 1 for 17. Nelson's in his 5th over, 4.2 overs, 1 for 13. Trotman, as I said, just had the 1 over, 1 maiden.
We just had a very sharp chance the first slip there, which Richard Trotman moving swiftly to his right couldn't quite hang on to.
Yes, I missed that, having calling out the thank you for that, Charlie. I missed out the calling out the bowling averages, bowling figures. Swing from sweep, well picked up. They're going to come back for 2.
So I think six in the circle at the moment. Bob?
Yes, it's an attacking gesture. I think, as I said, off spinner to the left-hander. Doesn't want to put it there though. Not quite leg side from Rob Nelson. Similar result, 2 more runs. He needs to just get his line a little bit better.
Just going to plug that.
Yeah, that's short
behind
short
square.
just player going into short phone leg. All the balls, last 2 balls have gone. Nicely flighted this time, better line, no run.
So 30 overs done.
So the second power play's over, and it will be drinks. So the players are back on the field, having had a drinks break. Third and last power play about to start, so England can have 5 men out of the circle if they want to, but I don't think they'll probably use that tactic at the moment. 97 for 4, 30 overs gone. So Trotman to continue. Keeper Fenn has decided to put his helmet on and stand up to the stumps. One or two were getting to him in the last over, but really low. So
Yeah, just had a chat at the break there. Just looking to bowl full, keep it up there.
certainly getting up again here. Can will face Trotman.
Seems to have been a theme of the tour for you in the commentary box. A bit of a wind tunnel.
Yes.
If there is one.
If there is one, I find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So still bowling with 4 in the ring on the offside.
Yeah, there's 5th at mid-on.
Could lose 1 from the ring if they wanted to.
They've got 6 on the offside, haven't they, and 3 on the leg.
Yeah.
In the wide. Which brings the 100 up for Wales. 100 for 4 in the 31st. Pushed out to deep square. Another single. Which, not a great throw. It's gone over the keeper's head, but luckily well backed up. Trotman, his delivery well taken by Fenn behind the stumps.
I think Richard here will be trying to target the off stump a little bit more, I think.
Yes, but not fractionally short so maybe. That's down the leg side. That's going to be wide, still on the leg side, and goes over the boundary, so 5 runs for Wales there. Welcome runs for Wales. Takes it to 106. Pushed out on the leg side for another single.
I think we might see some little short spells in this last power play.
Beats the bat again there, Trotman. Well taken by Fenn. Yes, I think you're probably right. I think with the you'd expect Gidley to and Chapman to bowl their full quota. I think they might come on fairly soon. We've got three left each. Boob's got 2. This will be Nelson's 6th.
I think they'll take the brunt of the overs, as you said.
I think Trotman and Cooper. Sean will maybe just bowl the 9 and the other spinners maybe bowl the rest between them.
Sean seems to be carrying his leg a little bit today.
He seems to be limping a bit, doesn't he? He seemed to be alright when he bowled his first 5 overs, but
yeah, I think he says it's almost worse when he's walking
right.
than running.
Nicely flighted from Nelson, and he's got away. Hit it towards square leg. It went right up in the air, but unfortunately into a gap. Take a single.
That could have gone straight up in the air. Still attacking with.
Still 6 in the ring. Uppish again, but falling short of the man just behind cover.
Get the feeling a wicket's coming, Bob. Right?
Yes, I certainly does feel that way. So, it looks like a conversation about another person on the offside. So that short fine leg which went in the previous overs now moved on to the offside. Cooper's gone over there, so Nelson will have to keep a fairly tight line outside off stump, or on or off. He's decided to swing and miss.
It's a risky option, but it could be a rewarding one with no one out.
Yeah, obviously there's one deep square, that's the only person out on the leg side. Nelson bowling, beautifully bowling here, beautiful bowling from Nelson. Tiny bit of turn, just enough to beat the bat. Well taken by Fenn.
Not to concede a boundary, last ball of the over,
yes.
So just dropping long on back.
Barman coming onto the boundary. Excellent over from Nelson. 108 off 32.
I think that certainly reinforces your point about the other spinners bowling their quota by the end of the innings.
Yeah, I think Phil. If Cooper does seem to be struggling a bit in the field, so he might not bowl again. So I think Trotman maybe bowl 4, Cooper 5, and the rest will spin. I think it's the plan. From what we see from here. Nicely bowled by Trotman.
Well taken there by Paul Fenn. Just challenging that off stump, I think, isn't it? Just looking to.
Paul Fenn, who got engaged yesterday, table mounting. Can't think of many better places to propose. Inside edge, single. Good over from Trotman so far. Another play on a miss. Fenn taking well. His first game of the tournament, well, second game of the tournament. He got injured in the first one, Paul Fenn, so hasn't actually had the gloves on until today. Got injured while batting in the first innings, and he's just Trotman, good ball, which has just gone over mid off. I'll take a single.
I think it was part of his plans is to test my fitness out.
Yes, I think it probably was. So Charlie's been playing every game. Nelson can continue to bowl the 34th over. 110 for 4 at the moment. 33.
So Nelson continuing around the wicket.
Swing.
A bit of a bottom edge.
From Chahal.
Craig Wilson down there on the boundary. Lovely throw over the top. He's got the England fan club down there with him, I think, down at Deep Square Leg.
Yes, the ladies are got out in the sun. Nicely bowling from Nelson. Nice bowling again. He's got into a nice rhythm here.
Certainly looks like a wicket that a spinner might enjoy taking home.
Definitely.
The Welsh supporters putting off their own team.
Yeah, they're getting just a bit too close to the sight screen. Umpire's asked them to move away a little bit. There's a throw at the stumps. They come through for a second. Slight misfield. Not a great throw. And Wales come through for 2.
It's one of those where when you're long on 25 years ago, it's relatively easy to move into the backing up position. So I think England here looking for a wicket now. I think just looking to. It's the best way of slowing the run rate.
Definitely, yeah, we could do with the wicket, definitely. A bit flatter from Nelson, and
Eccleston swooping athletically behind square on the offside.
114 off 34 now, Wales. I think they'll be thinking if they can get to that 150, 160 level, they'll be in with a chance of causing a little bit of an upset. That, certainly not a wicket that you'd want to be chasing 180, 200 on, I don't think.
No, I think, as I said, I think this is quite a big 10, 11 overs in the game, actually.
Yeah. So Gidley and Chapman, who bowled really well early on, have still got 6 overs to go. Trotman to Can, who plays and misses, and Fenn takes the bails off and has a little appeal, but umpire unmoved.
He can be rather annoying at times behind the stumps.
Yeah, I used to keep wicket myself, so I do know that.
Actually, I've had a few this tour where I felt the camera was working at square leg. I would like to have another little look.
Right, I have to get the DRS going. This time Can gets a single, goes through the deep cover. Yes, my guess is Trotman will bowl this over and then we'll have 10 overs of spin. See how that goes according to plan.
Well fielded. Eccleston moving. Prevent the single. Still targeting that off stump.
Yes, he's got a reasonable spell here, Trotman. Thickish outside edge to third man. Another single.
Cool. Testing call out there with a bouncing throw. Took it beautifully.
Can only put it back to the bowler. End of the 35th. The wind picks up again. 116 for 4.
So into the last 10. How many's Rob got left, Bob?
Let's have a look.
About 7 possibly?
So Nelson has got 2 left, which this will be his 8th.
So I think they'll look to bowl him out this end, I would have thought.
Yeah, he'll bowl. I presume the next 2 this end. Nicely flighted. Well picked up.
Played that well in front of square.
Front of
Certainly
square.
the 2.
A bit of footwork.
I think it's going to be a shot we're going to see this today, the sweep shot. I think
Yeah.
it's,
It is against the spin, but
got to the pitch.
they had a very tight offside field. I think they're going to change that now for another man at deep mid-wicket. One of the offside fielders is going to come into mid-wicket. 2 on the boundary now on the leg side. This time more traditional shot through, not too long off.
So I'm assuming, Bob, that these sides have played each other many times over the years.
Yes, certainly play them once or twice a year. We've got a tournament in July which has been held at Marlborough College for the last couple of years, and they've been at both of those. And this year, unfortunately, we can't have Marlborough College this year, so we're going down to play in Newport. It'll be India, the USA, ourselves and Wales.
Crossing the bridge.
Crossing the bridge, yes.
I know our Welsh friends are very pleased that the back in the day that the paytolls were on the Welsh side.
Yes. Oh, big swing and
Just outside the line.
outside the line. I think it's going to be a leg bye. Let's have a look. Yes, leg bye it is.
No doubt guaranteed lots of sunshine in Newport in July.
July, who knows? Yes, England are going to play USA on at Radlett on the 4th of July. And I believe play India on the 6th at Broxbourne.
Seems quite an appropriate day to play the USA.
USA, exactly, Independence Day. We played at Radlett, and then the 4-way tournament will start on the, I believe it's the 9th of July, in 3 days. 9th, 10th and 11th at Newport Cricket Club, which I'm told we've got two pitches there, side by side, so everybody will be watching both games at the same time, those of us not playing. and decided to another ask for a stumping, but same reaction from the other umpire as the one before. End of the 36th, 120 for 4. And looks like I've not been correct. It looks like Trotman's going to continue.
Bowled a relatively tight couple of overs.
Yeah, he's quite well.
Since the drinks break.
Well, 4 overs for 14, so there's no reason for it to bring him off, I guess.
He's consistently found the outer half of the bat.
Yes, he's certainly beaten the bat a few times, hasn't he? It's hit over cover to the deep fielder on the boundary, just a single.
It's an interesting time for the batsman actually. I think the wicket's in hand. They'd like to push on, but it's not straightforward.
No, I think that's right.
So it's a little bit of stickle twist at times.
I think they're going to have to play a few more shots. I think they'd like to get up to that 160 level. Got 9 overs to do that, and as I said, with wickets in hand, they can take a few more risks.
Maybe take it a little bit deeper before they do that, but as you say, nothing to lose really.
Another
Smart bit of work.
Stumping from Fenn, but it doesn't look like he's moved his back foot, so another good ball from Trotman. Another good over from
Off the
Trotman,
over,
in fact.
maybe?
Yeah,
Just
very
the
good
one
over.
over
Yeah.
Justified his
Carrying on.
5th over.
Yeah, definitely.
The batsman's either retired or he's come off to
I
get
think it
some
was some
gloves.
gloves. I think I saw him. Yes, gloves it is. So Nelson will come on again and bowl his final over.
He's probably deserved more than he's got actually, I think,
Yeah,
from the spell.
he's bowled well. Yeah, very well.
Certainly one sharp chance to slip.
8 overs, 1 for 25 at the moment. Trotman on 5, I think.
So I presume that Gidley might be favourite to take over this end.
Yeah, I thought Gidley would continue with this end. There's 8 overs left. Nelson will bowl this one, and then we expect Gidley to probably bowl the last 3 from this end.
Well struck, but just a single.
Nice shot from Chahal, but just a single.
That was Can, I think. Was it Can?
Beg your pardon, Can, is it? You alright? Slightly flatter this time from Nelson. No run.
Just think it's a wicket where there's a slight, as a spinner, you've got a little bit more margin for error than maybe some wickets.
Yes, definitely.
The upper hand.
Definitely slightly uneven. Big swing.
First signs there, a couple of slightly bigger shots this
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, I think they probably realise that they, with the wickets in hand, that they can take a few more risks now. Nelson, but umpire on moved.
He's had a few appeals, met with the
Same answer.
met with the same answer.
Yes. Don't think he was that confident with that one. Nicely flighted.
Oh, that's a super ball.
Out to Snellgrove, the captain. Cover, no run. Looking for a single, but there wasn't one there.
Tentative.
And that's Nelson's spell finished. A very good spell. Very good.
Nice smattering of applause from the.
Yes, 9 overs, no maidens, surprisingly, but he bowled very well. 1 for 27 though, very economical. Batsman getting another drink. Trotman to continue.
Richard's in the captain's ear. Just one more. Just give me one more.
Yeah, I think he's enjoying his little spell here.
Absolutely. I'll get you one, skipper. Leave me with it. Just beat the infielder. Back to long off.
Nelson Fields. Brings Can on to strike.
Just 4 in the circle now. Up in the air.
Gone in the air. Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
That's
Incredible catch from Nelson. He it ran round from long off, and it looked like it was either going for 4 or 6, couldn't really tell. He stuck a hand out and straight into the palm, and amazing catch.
I think the tales of misjudging Nelson. Misjudging the flight of the ball was probably the first conversation that's now happening, and stuck a hand out and took an absolute
blinder. That's an amazing catch. Batsman can feel somewhat unlucky.
I think yes, unlucky batsman. Struck it nicely. I think it would have been 1 bounce 4 if he hadn't.
It probably wouldn't have quite gone on 6, but it was close to the boundary.
But from our vantage point, he didn't look at any stage that was going to be a catch.
No, none at all. So Matt Phillips is the new batsman.
Taller stature.
Yes, indeed. He used to play at my club, my first club at Southampton many years ago.
Right. So, well, what can you tell me about his batting?
Well, he bowls little seamers, and he was an all-rounder. It's a very long time ago, I have to say, that this happened. So I moved clubs from Southampton to Bronzer in end of '98. So it was well before then.
From this distance, he reminds me of a very famous Middlesex man, actually.
Being?
Big seamer, played for his country. Slight Angus Fraser
Yes.
hunch about
Hunch
him.
about him, yeah. Angus came to watch the final between Middlesex and Essex last year at Arundel for a while, and he's just about to take over as interim chairman of Middlesex County Cricket Club when Mike O'Farrell steps down at the AGM next month.
Good to hear he's still involved in the club.
Yeah, he always has been, and I'm sure always will be, I think.
I think I do remember playing against him, and his younger brother, I want to say
Alistair.
younger brother, Alistair.
Alistair's played for Middlesex a couple of times last year, Middlesex 50s. He's now got that to that age.
It comes to us all.
It comes to us all. Yeah, Alistair's still very fit and has still got a great arm, and doesn't play a lot of cricket these days, but still looked in pretty good nick when he played a couple of games for Middlesex when we had a couple of injuries last year.
Were they
Stanmore.
Stanmore, that's
Yeah, Stanmore's the club. And Angus is chairman of Stanmore as well. Alice has moved, I think he lives in Barnes. He coaches Wimbledon Cricket Club on a Wednesday. That precludes him from playing for Middlesex quite a lot of the time.
Indeed.
Trotman to Phillips. Oh, Phillips has fallen over. I hope he's alright in the middle of the wicket. And he's up.
I don't think Trotman tripped him up there. But maybe we'll have to go back and have a look at the footage.
I think it was halfway down.
Maybe a yellow card. Maybe a yellow card required. Big Bristolian right foot.
Yes. So 125 for 5 for the 39th. Chapman doesn't quite fill it properly off his own bowling and they run through for a single. End of the 39th. 126 for 5.
It's a long way down for Phillips. I hope he's okay.
Yes, he's a tall lad. Tall lad.
Maybe just planting some indentations for later.
So I presume we're going to have Gidley here to come on and bowl his last 3. Yep. Skipper gives him the ball. Bowled lovely 6 overs earlier on.
Yeah, came on at a key time earlier on. Just
Yes,
got control with the ball.
Yeah, we didn't have the best of first 8 or so overs. Wales got off to a good start. Gidley came on with Chapman and changed the game a little bit. But still, so these 6 overs, England will be trying to keep it down below 160.
Yeah, that's 39 gone, is that right?
Yeah. Gidley had a big say in the game against South Africa on Monday. Not only with the ball, but 2 fours and a 6 in the Pelton over basically once the game.
Cometh the hour.
Cometh the hour.
He did strike the ball beautifully, and certainly to the relief of his teammates on the sideline, but I think even more so to Johnny Wildman, who batted some considerable time in the heat.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
I was quite happy to see the ball disappear over the boundary road.
He didn't have to do it. Yeah, so didn't have to do it. Just watch from the other end.
Absolutely, batted beautifully, but I think wasn't necessarily looking to bat another over.
No, we didn't want to go to the last over. Gidley made sure we didn't. Nicely played by Phillips down to long off.
Single. Certainly 160 is still very
Achievable.
Very achievable.
Yes, England will be looking to pick up a couple more wickets when they play a few big shots. From flighted.
Well,
Nicely bowled by Gidley.
Well, I think probably it's whether if they think actually let's go for 180. You could lose wickets doing that and not get to 160.
Yeah.
But equally, you could get to 180. But that doesn't look the total game plan. Lovely fielding from Selgrove in the ring.
Yes, it would appear from where they're playing that they feel that 150, 160 would be a challenge. And I think they're probably right. Kick it in. Good wicket.
It's also a feature of the games over here. The outfields are not like the English outfields.
No.
The ball sticks in the turf a little bit more.
Yeah, stick in the turf, a little bit bumpy. Nice bowler from Gidley. Single. Out to cover, deep cover.
Quick over, didn't take long to get through.
End of the 40th. 129 for 5.
I'm presuming we're well inside the time requirement.
Yes, yeah, in fact we've bowled overs reasonably quickly because there's been a couple of drinks breaks. We've only been going 2.5 hours, so they're bowling 16 an hour.
A lot of spin, and also hasn't been a huge amount of ball fetching or...
No. So... Trotman to continue.
I think he's probably out the right to...
Yes, if he's bowled 5 overs for not too many.
Probably 6 now. Is he 6 overs now?
So look. So Trotman has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 18.
Definite all-rounder status.
Two runs. Chahal. He's
Clean bowled, I think.
clean bowled. Kept a little bit low.
Went back, but it did keep low.
So Wales lose their 6th wicket. England will be pleased to keep taking wickets, I think. Chahal was bowled Trotman for 21. Phillips is 2 not out. And the captain, who usually opens the batting, I think he told me earlier he wasn't due to play today, but John Jones got an injury when he was here, so Iwan Rees has come in.
Did you say he was carrying an injury, or...?
No, Jones has got injured when he
Oh,
got here
right.
and hurt his knee. So Iwan Rees has come into the side and to captain it. But he's obviously put himself down the order because he's usually the opening batsman. Bit of confusion between the batsmen whether to take a single or not and decide against it.
NASA alert to the slight misfield, prevented the single.
Trotman. Rees punches it down to short third. And they take 2, which is a bit disappointing from an England point of view. I thought there should have been 2 there. But edge. That's gone for 4. Edge for 4 off Trotman.
That's the slight risk reward as a keeper when you go up.
Yeah. So 41 overs gone, 137 for 6. In the other games, in the other group, Zimbabwe are playing Australia. And Zimbabwe 199 for 7.
Interesting game, that one.
Yes, a very, very interesting game.
Because Zimbabwe top of the group at the moment, but actually if they lose that game, they could easily find themselves in
not
fourth.
getting in through, yeah.
Such is the machinations of the point.
Sri Lanka are playing the USA. Very tight game, I think. Can't seem to get through to it at the moment.
We just had a Wi-Fi range here.
Yeah, possibly.
Italy over the wicket.
Big swing and bowled. Phillips bowled by Gidley.
I think they've certainly decided with 3 or 4 overs to go that a bit more risk to be taken, but as you can see, when you try and score on this wicket quickly, it seems to be quite tough.
So the 7th wicket falls, 137 for 7 in the 42nd.
Yeah, I think the
Rowan Evans is the new batsman, number 24.
Yeah, I think the key here for England is every run counts. So I think the target of under 150 was one that was set. So sort of challenging hard. Although the Welsh will be looking to push that up to 160, 165 plus. But now 7 down. But as we know in this tournament, the wickets and the batsmen coming in don't always tell the story. Most of these batsmen in their international sides bat a little bit higher up in their regions or counties.
Evans off the mark straight away.
Side probably a little bit different to a lot of other teams in the sense they play together regularly rather than counties coming together. Some beautiful grounds in Wales, and these boys will play out on a regular basis.
It's gone out. Boundary, well fielded, just the 1 run. Shot. Same result, not a single.
Gidley bowling well through his field here. A little bit of drift and turn.
Four more. Nice shot down the ground, 4 runs. Ends the 42nd over, 144 the score.
Boundary for a while, I feel.
Yes, I think
well, maybe we
had the wides, didn't we?
The nick.
The nick, yeah. So Trotman to continue. Ball to Evans. Keeper standing up. Nicely flicked. And down a deep square. Bounce, a couple of bounces.
A bit more intent being shown here, so 165 looks like a target still, I think.
Play and miss this time.
The wind picks up again.
Sure what that's come off. We'll find out from the umpire. It's gone down to
I think leg by is that one.
I thought so. Yeah, leg by is a signal, not the umpire. Just the one. Nelson runs around from mid-on field, throws in just a signal. Captain seems to be signalling to Alahi he's going to have a bowl. One of the last 2 overs. A big appeal from Trotman and a bit of the keeper, but umpire unmoved.
Assume he felt he was outside the line,
possibly
from the shot that was played.
Yeah. Dab down to third man. Another single. That will end the 43rd over. 148 for 7. Looks like Larky's coming on for the 44th.
Gidley bowl out, more of a tactical change.
I haven't got on the internet at the moment, so I can't tell you from the from my phone.
No,
But, Gidley's bowled 8 overs. He's still got 1 to come.
Just changing the angle.
Yep. This is Alahi coming on. He previously bowled 7.
Just struggling with his rhythm earlier on from this end.
He was, yeah.
Wasn't enjoying the run-up area.
No, there was a kind of a tunnel kind of thing for roughly where he is now. Swing to mid-wicket. I'll come through for a single. Well bowled by Lahi. Beats the bat through to Fenny.
Oh, super bowling. Beat the keeper on the bounce there, I think.
Yeah,
to the left.
Yeah. So just the one off this over so far, an ultimate over.
Dot ball.
This time
Pushing for 2. Well fielded by Chapman out in the deep.
it's just another single, brings the 150 up for Wales. 8 balls remain. Reverse.
Just a single
Just
though.
a single.
Good shot. Well fielded from Wildman.
Well done from Wildman. Nice big hit, but picked up on after one bounce from Wildman, throws in, and that's the end of the 44th. 152 for 7.
Tidy over there from
Very good over from
Lahi.
Lahi.
Tottenham taking the last.
Tottenham looks like he's going to take the last, yes. Oh, there's a up in the air, chance of a catch,
And taken.
well taken.
That Nelson out there again.
Nelson out there again, another good catch.
Probably a little bit too easy for him, that one after the last one.
Not as spectacular as the last one, but still held on, this time with both hands. The last one he stretched hand out and in it went.
Well, the wind certainly just switched a touch. That was right into the wind, I feel.
Yeah, held up, didn't it?
Yeah, having switched a little bit in the last hour.
But another good ball for England because it's a dot ball and the wicket, but runs now the most important thing for England, keep it below 160.
Yeah, that would have been a big hit to clip in the wind to beat the Mallet long on. In fact, had to work quite hard to
So the
running in.
new batsman is Simon Wood, number 33. We'll be facing Trotman, second ball of the final over.
I was very impressed with the Welsh boys this morning singing their
National
national
anthem.
anthem. No musical accompaniment.
No, don't think they'd want to hear us singing without
Well,
some
no, I
help.
think they certainly seem to have better voices.
Yeah, it's funny that. Tried a quick single, but sent back quite rightly. Eccleston.
Well, the discussion of
Quickly
whether
in.
that was a hit, but overthrows are not the order of the day.
Just pushed out into the leg side for a single.
I think Reece will be looking for a boundary here. One of the last two balls with two
Three.
balls to go? 3 balls to go. This might be swapping fine leg and no, he's taking deep mid wicket out and bringing fine leg up. I think
Being third man up.
third man up. Sorry.
Yeah. And he's hit that a big long way. Picked that
Got
up
6 for the day,
beautifully.
I think. He did pick that up beautifully.
6 runs. So 159 now. 2 balls remain.
Yes. Sensed he was eyeing up that boundary.
A fine hit. He picked that up very well. Full well ball by Trotman this time.
A good
Digs
riposte.
it out, and they take a single. 160 for a final ball of the Welsh innings. Wood to face. Putting third man back down onto the boundary, and long off comes into mid off. And hit into the leg side. Looks like that will just be one. It is one, and that's the end of the innings. 161 for 8. What do we think, Charlie, on that score?
Well, I think the side will be confident of chasing that. Equally, I think the Welsh will feel they have a score that they can defend. So,
Yeah.
game in the balance slightly.
Yeah, definitely. I think England need to get off to the kind of start Wales got off to. As you can probably hear in the background, the roller is about to go onto the pitch. So we'll come back after lunch.
So welcome back. Very nice lunch here at Cape Town Cricket Club. Wales are the home side playing England. Wales have scored 161 for 8. So a good score. Not an easy track to score lots of runs on. Currently it's round 7 of the Over-50s World Cup, where England are playing Wales in what is a must-win game for England to reach semi-finals. Unfortunately for Wales, they are unable to make the semi-finals, but they'll be wishing to beat their nearest rivals in geographical terms. Other scores in the group: South Africa versus the UAE. South Africa scored a very big total of 256 for 3. Craig Lyons got 110, and the UAE haven't started. We have David Snellgrove opening the batting with Richard Trotman. Pakistan versus Namibia. Namibia were rolled out for 67, and that finishes their group round stage of the World Cup without a win. Pakistan very quickly got to that total, scoring 69 for no wicket or 13.4 overs. So it's in England's hands here today. Let's see how they go about attacking the Welsh bowling. It's a very windy day here, as you can probably appreciate, so just bear with us a little bit. There's a bit of background noise. Opening the bowling for the Welsh is Roy Emmett. Left arm off spin. Currently taken 7 wickets in the World Cup so far, so very good bowler. England need to be very watchful. Snellgrove is to face. Just the one slip. Ringfield, deep extra cover. So, looks as though we're nearly set to get started. And umpires called play, so we're underway. A little bit wide from Emmett to start with, so that's a single to England as a wide. Again, that's wide. So the wind's obviously a factor in Roy Emmett's line at the moment. He is coming with the wind behind him, so there's probably no excuses there. Got to come through the delivery there. Nicely covered by Snellgrove. A little bit more rotation of the hips there from Emmett as he bowled that one. Left by Snellgrove, thought better of trying to drive that early on. So the wind's coming straight down the ground from where David Snellgrove is facing, so that will be hitting right into the wind. Mid on, mid off. Nicely positioned if there is a ball going in the air. It's well covered, no run. Oh, that's just popped up, but no danger there for Snellgrove really. Just a good line length from Emmett. That's nicely driven. There's a man out there, so that'll be just a single. Good throw in. It's Paul Rees keeping for Wales. Good good to see the Welsh in fine voice at the national anthems. Didn't need any accompaniment on the music, just sang as a group. That's just played by Trotman out, easy single there, so he'll be happy with that. Just feel they've got to stop those singles, Wales. That's the end of the over. 4 is the score. Nothing too difficult for England there. I think this is Malith Madrasinghi who is coming on to bowl. Hasn't got a number on his shirt. Trotman at the other end, who's facing. Has had a mixed World Cup so far. Couple of innings with not many runs, and then he hit a big 104 against the UAE. So he's got to be very watchful today. Against South Africa, he nicked off to Albani fairly early on. So he'll be keen to get some runs today and stake his place if England can go on and win this game in the semi-finals. A bit of a warm-up from the bowler, so I think we're ready to go from this end, the commentary box end. Nicely played off the legs. That should be 2. Looking for a 3. There is no 3. So well chased down by the fielder there. Again, nicely placed out by Trotman. Should be 2. They're running hard. Yep. Well, they're more ambling that through, but there's no need to run fast yet. That's a shot that Trotman likes to play, just off the back foot, punches it through the onside. So he's going to have to pick up his length. Gets a little low. Let's carry through nicely. Just the 1 ball to come in the over. Score is currently 8 for no wicket. England need to go at around about 3.57 run rate. And that's pulled away very strongly by Trotman for 4 runs. So a little bit of contempt there for the short ball from Trotman, which he dispatched very nicely. Brings up the score to 12 for no wicket for second over. So good start by England so far. A little bit loose on the line and length there was Madrasinghi, but he is bowling into a very stiff breeze, and as we saw from the England innings, it's quite difficult to bowl into that. It's certainly easier with the wind behind. Snellgrove to face. Driven, but no real pace on that. Certainly no pace on the ball for him to try and punch that through the covers. That's nicely driven and well fielded. That's Matt Phillips, number 9, at the short extra. Yes, David Snellgrove also scored 100 in the first game, 118 not out versus Namibia, and has struggled a little bit since then. As you can see, there's no dead ball called there by the umpire. Yeah, he struggled against South Africa. James Albani bowled a beautiful ball, got him out first ball, caught it in the slips. No run there. So again, David will be looking to open his account again. There is a need to be very watchful on the wicket. Just outside the line, I think. Big shout from the Welsh team, but never quite looked as though that was certainly going to go on and hit the stumps. It was outside the line. That's the end of the third over, and it's 12 for loss of no wicket. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage. It's coming from Pitch Vision. I've got Bandil to my left, who's doing both camera and scoring, multi-talented. James, who's on the camera, that's the roving camera that you'll see zooming in for shots that go to the boundary, and Janine, who's production director. I've added in director there for you, Janine. So in comes Madrasinghi. Oh, that kept low, but that's going to go for byes for sure. Don't know if that's going to go for 4, but certainly 2. Looks like it's gone for 4. Umpire is signalling 4 byes. No, I think he signalled byes, didn't he? First and then 4. Some of the umpires do have their own little quirks of signalling. That's very powerfully hit, and that's past the off the mid-off fielder for 4 runs. So can't bowl short to Trotman. He'll absolutely smash anything short. So loves the back foot punch and the back foot drive. So it's 4 runs to Trotman. So Madrasinghi's under some pressure now. Got to contain the score early on. So the man's come on the deep long off. That's played again. It looks as though it's going to be at least 2. So 2 more to Trotman. Again, too short, the bowling. That's pitched up. A good save in the extra cover region there. Certainly saved 2. There is a man patrolling the deep extra boundary, so that's Roy Emmett who made that stop. Snellgrove to face. Matt Phillips has just come a little bit wider to mid-on. straighter actually. That's a better ball. And Snellgrove's managed to get that away. Just, yeah, it should be the 2. So well ran this pair. Easy 2 there. 25 for no wicket is the score. After 3.5. Leg by. End of the over. 26 for no wicket, England. So Richard Trotman is on 16 and David Snellgrove's on 3. Maybe a change of bowling from the commentary box end. Julian Ballinger, number 17, is warming up, just maybe out of view. But Snellgrove to continue. Long way forward there. Big shout. Not quite sure what for though. That's driven. A little bit short on the leg. Oh, that's going to be close. Yes, that's out. LBW. So Snellgrove tried to pull that, kept low, and that looked absolutely plumb. So he goes for 3. LBW bowled Emmett. So the first wicket falls for England, and I'm joined by James Williams.
Hello. Nice to see you. So unfortunately, I've appeared in the box and a wicket has fallen. So that's the commentator's curse.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Wasn't quite there for that, was it? Really?
No. Kept a little bit low, but I think perhaps it was a little bit
early to be.
Yeah, early to be playing that shot. I would say.
I haven't seen a lot of sweeping of the ball in the World Cup. Is that something that generally?
Well, I think
players don't like to play. There's a larger element of risk there, or they prefer to play in the V.
I think perhaps that's a little bit around the age of the players that are playing, because it's become a much more fashionable shot with the advent of one-day international cricket, T20, and the ability to be able to hit the ball 360 has become quite a big thing.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah. Quite a lot of players, though, are either sweepers or not sweepers, perhaps.
New batsman is Craig Wilson. So right-handed bat who plays his cricket at Lutterworth, and his county is Leicestershire. Nicely struck to the point region, no run. Yeah, so we were saying about the 360 cricket is you've got to play to your strengths. Is that what you're saying, James?
Absolutely, play to your strengths.
Yeah. And that's well left.
Michael Cann swept quite well today for the Welsh side. He was really the only one that got slightly on top of Rob Nelson, who bowled a very good spell.
Should say Rob took an absolute stonker of a catch, didn't he? Out deep. I don't know if that was caught on camera, but
yeah,
that's nicely played by Craig Wilson. Should be at least 2, if not 3, if they run hard, but Trots is not looking for the 3rd. Probably wise, there's plenty of time to go, so 2 to Wilson. He bowled well, didn't he?
Rob Nelson, yeah, bowled very well, specifically to the left-handers. I think that helped him. Also, he bowled with quite good variation as well. So he'll be very pleased, as it's his sort of first real opportunity in the World Cup, and he's got a wicket and taken 2 lovely catches.
2 good catches. There was another one out in the deep that he took running in, caught low down. So well done, Rob Nelson.
I'm sure our viewers won't really appreciate quite how significant the breeze is. When the ball goes up in the air like that, you feel like it's coming to you, and then all of a sudden it's not quite what you expected.
I think Nasser Ahmed had one of those, didn't he?
Absolutely. That's a case.
Didn't get a hand on it, did he?
Also straight up into the clear blue sky with no clouds and a pink ball. It can be difficult to judge these catches.
Looks as though we've got a change of bowling now. And number 17, Ballinger, who's coming on, who is a right arm off spin. Currently taken 4 wickets so far in the World Cup. So that's tidy. Not significant, but it's certainly tidy. Wickets tend to get shared around because obviously there's a need for players to be rested and rotated, and I think that's what's happened in the England camp, isn't it?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely in the England camp we've shared the wickets around. Also, to an extent, shared the runs around as well.
Yes,
so,
very much so. Yeah.
So a lot of players have had opportunities to score runs, and a lot of them have taken them. I think it's just quite a good ploy bringing on the spinners. It seems the wicket has taken a bit of spin all day today.
Oh, that's nicely.
And there's a sweep for you.
Yeah, that tapped off his leg. Trotz is looking for the 2. He's opened up the legs a bit on that one, and nicely through for 2. Yeah, he's very strong, isn't he, Trotz, on his leg, and he loves that back foot punch, and represents Gloucestershire and plays his cricket at Twyford House. Again, that's leg side and well fielded. Stopped certainly a single, if not 2.
Very good bit of fielding.
Just trying to get his line here. Ballinger bowling into the wind, stiffish breeze.
Should allow him to get a little bit of drift away, and hopefully for him turn it back against the breeze. But been a bit leg side so far.
That's a nice. It's got a lovely action, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not much of a run up, but it's all in the arm. Then he follows through nicely.
Nice loop on that one. Tempting trotters.
Yes. Well, there's no deep long off, and I can't see
there is a deep long on. Yeah.
Deep long on there is. Again, that's off the back foot. Hit hard. That should run all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. It just trickles over.
Yeah.
So that's 4 runs to Trotman. Anything short, as we've said with Madras Singh, it will get punished by Trotman. So England move on to 34 or 5.4. 2 balls left in this over.
Yeah, obviously with only 3 allowed out in this power play, there's no cover there on the offside boundary.
Yeah.
And so I think we've probably got deep square, deep mid wicket, and deep mid on. So that leaves that exposed if he drops it short.
Well, you're a right arm off spinner. How would you be? What would that be the field that you would set for yourself?
Well, yes, and aim not to bowl a short one.
So you've got to bowl straight.
Yeah, definitely. You need to bowl straight, maybe with a little bit of extra pace on the ball, and look for the LBW and trying to get hit into your field.
The score's moved on to 34 for 1 or 6. Did you tell the viewers in the earlier stint? Were you working with Bob?
I didn't work with Bob earlier. No, Charlie was doing most of that
in the chair. Do you talk about your role now with Lords? That's quite interesting for the viewers.
Well, that's something I'm going to be starting when I wait for this ball. Yeah. When I go back, I start a role as the manager of the indoor cricket centre at Lords, which is very exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been a coach there for 10 years, but now I'm taking the reins in terms of managing the facility itself dealing with the coaches, and trying to add a little bit of energy into the indoor school, which has changed quite a bit since COVID, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So the Lord's Young Cricketers has really stopped, and so we're looking to sort of focus, as counties all have academies now, to focus on young players who are missing out of county teams at a younger age. So sort of from 15 to 19-year-olds in terms of advancing the performance cricket on that age group, while still providing coaching for lots of young enthusiastic cricketers.
Yeah, great. And the girls' game has grown in such popularity in the UK, hasn't it, over the last 5 years?
Absolutely, and we're seeing that all the way through our age groups, from 5 years old all the way up to the women's game, and obviously Lords is also the host for the London Spirit 100 for both men and women.
It's just a bit uppish there, but just being watchful, Wilson. Yeah, so it's maybe a bright future ahead there, or certainly busy times.
Well, definitely busy times. I'd like to sort of, hopefully we can sort of raise the standard or do something a little bit different. We've got to move with the times, because cricket's evolving all the time at the moment. So we've got the 100, and we've got T20 cricket, and that's what a lot of the children see on TV nowadays, and they're into this sort of shorter format as much. But it's also then trying to sort of ensure that they still learn how to play good technical shots, and learn how to
that's a big shot from, there's a man down there. And looks as though he's dropped that. I couldn't see because of the side screen being in the way.
But it was very, very close to the rope.
Right.
And so I think that affected his ability to be able to make that catch. I think it was a good effort.
So 2 runs to Trotman there. He's got to go right through that shot. It's got the wind behind him, so can afford to give it as much as he can. Oh, that's just popped up, as you've seen. A little bit in the wicket there, so Ballinger's looking to exploit that. It's a little bit like what Martin Gidley was bowling, but Martin bowled very well. He had a nice loop, didn't he? Just drawing the batsman to come forward and try and hit that ball aerially.
Exactly, and it's just a little bit shorter of a length. Not right up there for the drive. That's the sort of length.
That's what you were talking about, yeah.
And when the ball goes up a bit or down a bit from that length there, and you're already committed to the shot, it's actually very difficult to score, or you might find yourself in trouble.
And that's a drop. So Trotman's given 2 chances to the Welsh.
I think that's a bit harsh.
Well, it was a drop.
He absolutely smashed that. Stuck out one hand. It would have been a hell of a grab.
We saw that against South Africa, didn't we? That grab at the mid-wicket area.
Absolutely.
By the diving. Was it Andre Peters?
Yeah, Andre Peters.
Took an absolute scorcher, didn't he?
Yeah, off Steve Chapman.
Steve Chapman, that's right. But it's those sort of catches that could put England under pressure, isn't it? So
absolutely. I mean, we don't want to be losing wickets at this time.
No.
But I think a positive intent is definitely
required.
Something we're looking to.
Yes, you've got to play your own game. And the catching from England was a lot better today, wasn't it? Compared to England dropped 4, didn't they, in the last game against South Africa? Maybe a couple more, but so
I would say that the fielding performance today is the best that we've had on tour so far. I think there was great intent in the field. Obviously, the couple of catches that were taken by Rob Nelson, which we've spoken about already. Giles Eccleston took a very good catch on the boundary off Rob Nelson's bowling, and also ran round and made a very good one-handed stop, which he picked up around the field, which stopped 4. And those sorts of things create a little bit of extra pressure, and the bowlers are always happier when their catches get taken.
Absolutely. It's nicely driven. That's a good shot. A nice looking shot to the onside. Trotman just keeping that one down on the ground. So Wilson to face. Oh, that's just done enough to get past the outside edge and
the off stump.
And the off stump. It looked straight, didn't it, from our angle to start with, and then it deviated. It's Paul Rees behind the stump, so he could have his work cut out today if it's doing a bit. That's nicely driven for no run.
It'll be interesting to see how the England boys attack the bowling from this end as it's into the stiff breeze. So I would imagine they'll look to try and score squarer of the wicket.
Yes.
Rather than trying to hit aerially down the ground. Because that is a very, very big hit straight down.
It is. Well, that's nicely covered by Wilson. No need to force the pace yet. Plenty of time.
It's been a very good over so far.
Yes. Oh. So that's 36 for 1. Is England off the 9 overs so far. Trotman is on 24. And Craig Wilson's on 2. So you're looking forward to the new season, James, at your club, which is Bronsbury?
Yeah, very much looking forward to the new season. I've taken on a role. I've been talked into it by the powers that be.
We all are in clubs, aren't we?
To be the second team captain. To be the second team captain this year, which means there'll be quite a lot of cricket for me to play. Because obviously we play in Middlesex in the county championship as well, which is on Wednesday. So, but
Ballinger to continue, and that's just turned enough to be going down the leg. Umpire unmoved. Big shout. Trotman's happy to play that from the crease. Oh, he's come down the track and used his feet there and hit that over square. So 2 runs. So the vagaries of selection in the second 11, but you probably have a good playing strength through the club.
We do have a good playing strength in the club. Our side got promoted. Our first 11 got promoted into the Premier League in Middlesex last season. So we'll be.
Well, that's a wide, and could be at least 2 wides. Yeah, just the 2 wides. So Ballinger just erring from his previous line.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll be looking to try and get the second team up into the Premiership of the second team tournament, and that makes selection for the first team a little bit easier. Players are playing at a higher standard in the second team. They're pushing the places a bit more.
Yes.
So should be very good.
Good use of the feet there, and that's on the ground past the mid-wicket region.
Gone out to mid long on.
And long on's come round, cut that off just for the single. So England move on to 42 now.
As you can see, Trotman has been coming down the wicket and trying to hit down the ground from the bowler from this end, whereas you haven't seen that when he's
from the other end.
From the other end.
No, that's going down the leg. And is there a quadrangular tournament this coming summer for the England-Wales teams?
Yes, I think the Marlborough Cup is running again.
Okay.
to be honest with you, you've caught me out there because I don't actually know who is touring. I think the USA might be coming again.
I heard they were. Yeah.
But that's always a nice.
Oh, that's a lovely shot off the back
nice
foot.
tournament.
Yes.
They're very good hosts at Marlborough School. Obviously helped out by the fact that Mark Elaine, who was the previous captain of the England Over-50s, and obviously Gloucestershire Ledge. He's working at the school, but I'm not sure he's going to be there now because he's taken a job, I think, full time at Gloucestershire as the head coach there.
Yes, he has. Yeah. So that's the end of the over. 42 for 1 after 10 overs. So Trotman's on 27, and he needs to keep going for England. England don't want him to lose his wicket. Yes, beautiful place to play at Marlborough College. And I heard a rumour that it might be in Wales, the venue this year.
Oh, okay.
So
that'll
be nice.
Yeah,
some lovely grounds in Wales.
Absolutely.
The Mumbles, some Fagans.
Yeah. Abergavenny,
Cardiff, Swansea.
Yeah.
Oh, that's picked up nicely, and that's going to be. Is that 6 runs? No, 4 runs. 4 runs. So picked up the full toss from Emmett there. Dispatched that.
And as you can see, he went square of the wicket. Not
looking to hit straight. So good thinking from Trotman there. Just got to wait for the bad ball, and he's gone again. That's going to be another 4. So Trotman's really putting the pressure now on Emmett and the skipper for Wales. So there's going to be a field placing change. That's Rowan Evans, who's going out to deep mid wicket. Good thinking from Richard Trotman. Just changed the tempo of the Welsh bowling. Oh, and again, there's a man down there, and it's over the head, and that's 6 runs. So Trotman's not hanging around. He's decided it's his time to take on Emmett. 3 lusty blows there. Takes him on to 41. He picked that up beautifully, didn't he, James?
Absolutely. It was a fantastic shot. Got it up in the air, and the wind blowing that way made it very, very difficult for the player on the boundary, who didn't really have a chance.
A bit shorter, and that's just played to the onside. No run there taken. Good footwork there from the mid-wicket fielder.
Is that Michael Cann?
Yeah, Michael Cann. It's a long old session for the boys, isn't it? It's been 6 games in as many days. Well, 10 days, 11 days. So
yeah,
sort of starts to hurt the body.
Well, absolutely. I think all the teams are probably creaking a little bit. Also, there's been a little bit of illness in the camp as well, in all of them. So I think that's also taken its toll a little bit. The Wales were a bit unlucky today, actually. One of their players tripped and fell as he came into the ground earlier on today and hurt his knee. So that added to their woes. And they only have 14, I think, here on the tour anyway.
Do they?
Yeah.
14, really, in the squad?
In the squad, yeah.
Yeah, so that puts them under a lot more pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the score's moved on to 56 for 1 now, and Trotman is on 41. Partnership of 30. Current run rate, interestingly, has gone up now to 5.09, which reduces the required run rate to about 3.12. Clearly that's without wicket. Nicely struck off the back foot, good use of the feet there by Roy Emmett. Just a single to Wilson. That's well bowled by Ballinger. Just tucked down the to the 45 region. No run there. Oh, that just straightened up nicely. Well played by Trotman. Could easily have played down the wrong line there and been bowled. Clever bowling by Ballinger there. That's wide on the leg side. That'll be a wide. That's just played out to the onside for no run. That's Matt Phillips just retrieving the ball there.
Steve Powell.
Hello. I'm delighted to be joined by Steve Powell in the commentary box. Steve, have you enjoyed your World Cup?
Loved it. I think everybody's loved it. We've been privileged to be in a hotel with about 8 other teams, and that gives you a great perspective on 50s cricket around the world. It's marvellous, isn't it? You know. Pity we aren't giving England more of a game at the moment.
Long way still to go there. A couple of wickets, could be very interesting.
My 50 for 4 wasn't there at the moment. 80 for 4.
Is that what your prediction was?
I hope.
And where do you play your club cricket?
Mumbles.
Oh yes, lovely.
Mumbles, Swansea used to be, and
Yes.
in Mid-Wales, Built Wells, which is... I think people who don't understand Welsh cricket don't realise how much it's played there.
Yes.
And how much it's loved in the country as well.
Nicely played by Craig Wilson there. Yes, we were just talking, James and I, about the Marlborough Cup.
Yep.
I think that's coming to Wales. Is that, am I correct in that?
Yeah, and Newport with, I think it's USA and India.
Well, that's a tricky one to cut. Wind coming behind Emmett on that. A little bit quicker with the arm. Yes, with USA
And India, I think.
and India. So
Yeah.
that
And two of the best club pitches in Wales at Newport. Superb ground.
lovely. Nicely covered. Yes, and Abergavenny is a lovely ground, isn't it, as well? Isn't that where Wales used to play a lot of representative cricket as well?
Some at Abergavenny. It was a county out ground for a long time.
That's right.
There's a rather good story from Mark, who's at mid-off. Mark Davis bowling for Gloucestershire at Abergavenny against Viv Richards. Viv faced 4 balls off him and then just looked up under his cap and said, "Is that it?" Mark tells it against himself, but he said Viv then went and destroyed because it's a small ground.
Yes.
But it's
that's aggressively pulled by Wilson. There's a man out there, a valiant effort there. I think that's Rowan Evans out there, and couldn't stop that. That was absolutely smashed to him out there. So anything short, and it just sort of stands up a little bit, doesn't it, for the batsman?
It does. We played here in 2000 against South Africa in the Curtail game, and it did die second half.
Oh, that's come off the edge. Just a single to Wilson.
With the wind here as well, the games themselves have rewarded aggression with some batting.
Yes.
You know,
Drop just below the eye line makes it quite hard when maybe you're not as agile as some of the younger cricketers.
And it is.
And good hand-eye coordination.
I think a lot of people who just watch the pitches only don't realise the strength of the wind here in a lot of the games. You know, and certainly you played someone like Claremont. I was talking to Bruce Wilson, who's a South African leggy, and he said he's got his nickname is Cookie. It's a cookie end. I bowl downwind, they hit me into the wind, and all the best of them. You know,
yes.
It's hard for Julian Ballinger, bully as we call him, to defend here. If you're hitting downwind, it's tough to catch.
Now you mentioned nicknames. Maybe you could give us a few of the nicknames for some of the lads.
This is Bully because of no other reason apart from he told us that's what it was.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Not with the bat.
No.
That's nicely driven on the offside and picked up by Rowan Evans there.
Who is Monty Burns because of a physical, the lad say has a physical likeness to Monty Burns of The Simpsons, which he hasn't taken well.
Oh, I see.
And at cover will be Roy Emmett, who is called Papa Smurf, quite obviously, if you've ever watched The Smurf.
Yes. And I was very impressed with the size of the Welsh flag compared to the English flag.
Huge.
It's
huge.
About 4 times.
That's
a good caught and bowled. So Trotman didn't quite go through the shot there. He stopped halfway. Ballinger's taken the caught and bowled, and England lose their second wicket for 64. So,
and 80 for 4 is still on.
That is still on. So the cat is firmly among the pigeons here. We know from the previous scores that Pakistan have completely destroyed Namibia, as was anticipated. No disrespect to the Namibians. They are a fantastic group of guys, but Pakistan very strong. Namibia were all out for 67, and Pakistan was 69 for no wicket, or 13.4. I haven't got any score from the South Africa UAE other than South Africa were 256 for 3, and that'll be a big total for the UAE to chase down with the likes of Alan Dawson and Eckstein and Albany bowling. So I don't foresee any upset there. So England have got to win this game. Absolute must win if they want to get into the semi-final. Nasser Ahmed is the man to the wicket. Loves to use his feet, hits the ball hard. But it'll be interesting to see if he does come down the track.
He was, funnily enough, we're talking to Alan Dawson this morning at breakfast. Again, one of the advantages about being in the hotel. And it's Nasser Ahmed, you say?
Yes.
I haven't played against him. He identified Nasser as one of England's better players.
Yes.
Because of his aggression, his use of feet, hitting width. And it's very interesting when we play England so much. We have an opinion. When you get an opinion from another nation who played them once or twice, who they identify and why.
Yes, and it was interesting in the South Africa game that the 4 players who played first class cricket all came to the party.
They all stood up. Michael Khan has done that for us.
Yes.
Michael, when he came out against South Africa, lost about 20 years of age. And it was wonderful. It was glorious to watch.
Good to see, isn't it?
And there was a moment when we played the UAE with Mark Davis, 50 games first class for Gloucestershire against Kumar Khan, who's a superb left-arm spinner.
Yep.
And they went at each other and shook their hands afterwards, but they both enjoyed the challenge. It was fantastic.
Oh, that's good. So Nasser Ahmed to face. Short extra there, very short in the catching, just for the one that pops up. Carefully watched by Ahmed there. Yes, he bowled beautifully, Alan Dawson, against England. That late away swing.
Another one. As described by Cookie Wilson, as pound for pound the best 50s cricketer in the world.
Yes, yes.
And it's hard to argue against it.
Batting and bowling, isn't he? He hit a very brisk 45 off James, who was here earlier. Unfortunately, 2 big sixes, but likes the ball flighted up. And you'll see there, I was saying about use of the feet. Ahmed does that very well, and he's very intelligent. If he's not quite there, he'll probably use his pads.
Yeah,
just to make sure he covers the ball.
Julian has a very good quicker ball. He'll also hold it back. So if you were looking for a potential dismissal, it's a little leg side stumping, a one that's held back and turns, because it is turning.
Yeah. It's hit over the mid-wicket area. Don't think there's anyone over there. So that's 4 runs to Ahmed, who is one of those players who very much in the Bazball style of cricket. He's very keen to get on with it early, take control of the bowler. He doesn't like when we were watching against South Africa. He would take on Dawson, and he slapped him wide on a couple of occasions, and that just makes the bowler think, "Ooh, now where am I going to bowl?" And he pulled Jansen as well for a lovely 4. So not afraid of his shots early on.
It is noticeable that the success in this tournament has come from people who've gone at it.
Teens World Cup was held, and I believe there's an architect that I know, Anne-Marie Smale, and she had 2 daughters that were playing.
Well, and I don't know there's 2 daughters, there's 2 Smales.
Okay.
There's a Newport and a North East Wales.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not related, but women's cricket is grown phenomenally in Wales.
Yes.
And largely from the work of the lad at Fine Lake, Kerry Chahal. Kerry Chahal works for
Kerry
Cricket,
Chahal, yes.
works for Cricket Wales. Kerry Chahal and Amy Rees developed it in the last 10 years, and it has grown wonderfully.
And that's
clubs
great.
are benefiting as well from having women's cricket teams.
It's just pushed out to the offside, no run. Yes, I remember playing when I was in my days for Swindon Cricket Club, and we played. That's a good shot to the onside. Should be 2. A man coming round from deepish, squarish.
What we found is the umpires here give more LBWs than we'd expect. It's you know, they're probably right. It's just outside of our typical 50s.
Right.
You know, which is if you get on the front foot.
Oh, that just went past the outside edge. No, it's inside. I don't know if he got a bait, but that was a bye. So it's brought Nasir Ahmed onto face. That's very good thinking from Nasir Ahmed there.
It was.
Just plays the ball out to the offside. Quick single there to the big man.
And we're going to get Canny on.
Yep.
He's warming up.
And he's a canny bowler.
Reasonably canny.
Oh, he's just covered that.
But he played got 1 first-class 100 for Glamorgan, bowled off spin, got 3 first-class 100s when he captained Boland out here.
Okay, yeah.
So he's good experience of South Africa. Interesting use of No. Llanrumney, Cardiff by the sense.
Okay. He's picked up the language very quickly then while he was out here.
Yeah, he did 8 years here.
That's wide, and that's cut down. It looks as though that's going to certainly run away for 2, if not 3. Eccleston's decided against that, so just the 2 then to Ahmed. Well fielded, well chased by the fielder. And any other nicknames that you have? If we're
Skipper Yogi. Reason, no idea where that came from, but it's always been known as Yogi.
Okay.
Whether it was Yogi Bear as a youngster, whatever.
Yep.
Steve Maddock is Fish because of his ability to drink like one.
Okay. And they're wide.
Matt Phillips, chairman of Cardiff, president Cardiff Cricket Club throughout his life, ex-captain. Goose.
As in Top Gun, or
just a goose.
Just a goose.
Just a good big flapping goose.
Very good. That's nice and straight played back to the bowler. Couldn't get my words out there. So that's the end of the over now, and so we're approaching the 20th over. It's 19 overs gone.
We're trying to win the hearts and minds in Wales as well, because we've got to. No, we play a lot of cricket together during the summer, maybe 20 games as a Welsh side, one way or another.
That's very good. And that's driven to
one of us has ever played anywhere.
Yes, and that's what you want to be selling to the younger ones coming through, isn't it? That could be 2, yep. So Eccleston's looking, and he's going to achieve a second run. It's byes, it's given, so must have come off the kick. Yeah, it's gone for the 50s.
Largely, we're quite quite strict about that. As I would say, if you had a Welsh heritage, played in England, said I'm prepared to travel and net with us.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think it's a commitment too, and that's difficult because of the distances. If you're, for want of a better word, an expat, out to Wales.
But just played to the onside, and on the short fine leg.
We'd accept them, and we welcome them, and give them cricket from one of our 4 sides. We will give them cricket.
So you have how many sides playing?
4.
4 sides playing for Wales.
That's
very good.
Our thirds won the county championship last year, which is a wonderful occasion. Followed on the internet by all of us. Everybody got a bit emotional about that one. The seconds got to the semi-final. The first, we went out to the quarter-final, come everywhere and have a great time. We make sure that everybody in Wales, because our shirt numbers are large, is because everybody who plays for Wales gets a Welsh shirt.
Right.
Same honour. It is. And that's gone down really well.
So this is Ballinger's last over. So he'll be looking to take the wicket of Ahmed. 101 for 3 England are at the present time.
Life and then into the Welsh Premier as it is now.
Very good.
And MCC member. Only one of us who have toured Panama and Suriname.
With the MCC?
Yeah.
That's a good standard of cricket.
Yeah. He's also immaculately dressed. One of the few that found a laundry in the early days of the tour.
Yes. We're all struggling to find those, I think. So Eccleston's facing Ballinger, who's got 5 balls to take the vital wicket of Eccleston. He's cut that, and that's going to evade the fielder. Should be 2 runs. Yes, they're coming back for a second. Nicely cut off the front foot there by Eccleston.
Yeah, we get more width in our bowling than we have for 2 or 3 games. We haven't bowled well today, considering what we could bowl.
Right.
Not badly, but not as well as perhaps we could.
That's well bowled. Nicely flighted.
It's difficult for us not to be intimidated by playing England, because some great cricketers, and it's as much a mental battle sometimes when we play them as a physical cricketing battle.
Yes. Yes, I agree with you entirely. They are a very good standard of cricket. Playing cricket myself, still playing club cricket. When I look at the quality of the England side, you judge your own performances. These are definitely at the elite level of 50-year-old cricketors and above. But there are many others as well, and we shouldn't forget that there are many other counties, and rotates in the strike nicely. Yes, I accept your point entirely there.
You have to be exceptional just to get in.
Yeah. Chasing 161.
There is, there's always suggestions about the selection for the English side. You're a smaller county. Without the results, you don't get noticed.
Yes.
And the setup, you've got to work so hard as well. I admire any one of the guys that have got into this England side. They have worked exceptionally hard to get there. However, it doesn't guarantee success.
No, agreed.
And we have a lot of admiration for them, and that's why we say we're slightly intimidated, because we've got a smaller group to pick from. We can be looser and easier with the guys when they play.
For 4, pardon me. Who's the man out at mid-on?
That's Emmett.
Yes, Roy, yes.
Who I think lost the use of his legs.
Yes, it is Roy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Roy Emmett, yeah, sadly. That was probably just fatigue of the cricket, a lot of cricket over
Yesterday's
the time.
golf.
Oh, yesterday's golf. And he's probably playing tomorrow as well.
Yeah. We'll play Friday. We have tomorrow off.
I think the golf day is.
Oh, he's playing golf. Oh, sorry, yes, he is playing golf. Yes.
That's organised for all the teams who want to put in teams.
He is.
I'm actually playing for the England team. I'm delighted to be playing for England with a 23 handicap.
On the tee? making his debut for England. No pressure.
That's right. It will probably be a bit better than 23, but I'm not in it for the prizes.
I'd get an iron out on the first.
Yes.
Yeah, just get yourself down there.
109 for 3 at the moment. England are. That's nicely driven, and that's going to be 4 runs, I suspect.
Yeah.
That's being chased hard, but no, that's well placed by Giles Eccleston. So he's continuing for England. Touch wood. His fine form carrying on from the South Africa game, where he scored a beautiful and absolutely battling 84 against Albani, and comes down the track nicely, well fielded by Davies there.
Well, it could be dangerous for us now, because once Giles starts getting a bit of fluency, we're gone.
Having you, and thank you very much for a wonderful précis of Welsh cricket.
And come to Wales. Don't be afraid. Come down. We won't burn your house down when you're away. You'll get a great welcome. We'll look after you. We'll play some decent cricket. We have some great grounds, and we have fun. You enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve Powell. What a character, and gave a lovely précis, and well, we've had quite a bit of banter there on Welsh cricket and what they're trying to achieve, and how he was very complimentary of the England players, and how sometimes the Welsh players may be a little bit in awe of playing against England, but rightfully so. But no, it's great to hear his commentary. I'm joined now by Bob Baxter as we hopefully see for England, being very unbiased there. The bowler is, I believe, it's Michael Cann, who, Mike Cann, who bowls right arm.
And, Sri Lanka by 10 wickets.
Oh, that's convincing.
And Zimbabwe, who were top of the group.
I needed to play in the UAE.
The UAE are 85 for 6.
That was New Zealand.
Yes.
Nice start by Cann there. Mike Cann for with his off spin.
Pakistan beat Namibia by 10 wickets.
Yes, Pakistan 61, 162 to win.
Ahmed has been the most consistent batsman in the team.
Yes.
On this trip.
That's. I wasn't going to say Hoyt, so that would be an unfair term, but it's balled round to the mid-wicket area. A single.
117 now.
Nasir Ahmed, so 5.75. Into the over, 116 for 3, score of 162.
Ahmed's on the
quiet in the outfield for the Welsh. Drinks come on from Richard Cooper. Bowled a lot of overs, bowled 35 overs so far, Richard Cooper. In the other games, taken 7 wickets for 110, so really good economy rate there. Still Davies to continue. This is his 6th over. Oh no, is that?
This is captaining today.
Ball's leg spin, and that's swept. That'll be 4 runs. So on the attack straight away, Ahmed there with a sweep off Ewan Reese's first ball. Just talking to Steve Powell earlier, and the South Africans are staying in the same hotel as the Welsh.
Are they?
And Alan Dawson, no run there, was saying that bowling style of play, which was nice nice to hear, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From the next Test player.
I think I'm supposed to be.
So that's going to run away for 4. So unfortunately, Julian Ballinger's not going to, for the Welsh team there. So England's gain.
He's got 125. A bit more circumspect, not surprising this time.
Sorry?
A bit more circumspect, that put the shot.
Yeah.
Bit of rush of blood
there.
For Nasir, which is unusual.
So that's the end of the over. 124 for 3 now, England. They require 38 runs and have 7 wickets in hand. So they've just got to keep pursuing that score. You going somewhere nice for lunch or dinner this evening?
Waterfront.
Not sure yet.
Yeah, going to the waterfront at
Yes.
Hotel, where the English guy's staying.
So Can continues. There's a very tidy off spin. Wind's just getting up now. Well played by Giles Eccleston there, very watchful. Useful to use this as some batting practice as well. I'm not suggesting there is that need, but it's nice to be out there in the middle, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. Quick fire innings from Trotman was good.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Oh, that's nicely swept. There's a man down there, and well picked up. Yes, he played well. He decided to go after the slow bowler, didn't he? And hit some good shots over the mid wicket. Yeah. A bit of luck in cricket, Bob, don't you? Make your own luck, or you have luck, but when you do, you've got to cash in. That's well swept.
Good shot from Nasir.
It's not going to go though. But it's Mike Davies, I think, chasing that. Mark Davies, sorry.
2 runs.
Apologies. Summer cricket, and is the Marlborough Cup being played in Wales?
Yes, Marlborough College isn't available unfortunately this year, having had a couple of great years there. A lovely place. But so Wales are going to host it in Newport.
Oh, that's good.
There's two pitches or the same ground, so we can do 4 sides: England, Wales, India, and USA.
And do you know when that takes place, Bob?
I think it starts on the 9th of July, so that's a Sunday. England are going to play the USA on July Independence Day, July the 4th. So
some good cricket. And you'll be looking to, we were talking about new players coming through into Wales, the Wales over-50s side. Will you be looking to bring some new players in?
Might be struggling for time, to take more time off. Having been here, we'll have been here 3 weeks. So I expect 1 or 2 might struggle to make the trip.
Yeah. Oh, it's a big shout! Umpires unmoved.
Shout from here.
And very strong.
Yeah. But the standard of the competition here has been very high, I think, from what we've seen.
Yes.
It's going to be. Wales got 162.
No, 162 they need, 33 runs.
Yeah, no, I think on the score sheet it's 161 that Wales got, 162, which is on the board, but one of the two.
Yeah, 161 is the score.
Well, I'm not sure it's 100% been decided. And there's a 40s World Cup coming up as well.
In Pakistan, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a discussion whether if it's going to be there on There's a lot of cricket, 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s. Nice shot from Ahmed.
That's a lovely shot by Ahmed. So if you are listening, that's played out to the deep long on. Just the sing boundary anxiously. No. England trio. England trio. I didn't say injured trio. Well, it could be.
Could be. So 133.
Can to continue. Oh, big shout for an LBW, but
That didn't look as good as the other one.
no, he's coming round the wicket. He's got
down the leg side, I think. That one.
Probably got to do quite a bit with the ball, hasn't he? Very good bowling from Can there. Oh, that is close, I would say. And he's given it out. Yes, I thought that was out. That was very close there. So the ball kept low, and that's the wicket of Eccleston. So England now 135 for 4, out to the sweep, and that's proved the bounce has proved a little illustrious. A little beyond some of the batsmen if they've been sweeping. It brings to the wicket Jonathan Wildman, who, on the back of his 55 not out against South Africa, will be wanting to see England. Not all done yet though for England, so got to be watchful here. So the field's come in now for Wildman.
So only 2 men out.
No single there. Steve Maddock, who came in at the end of the over.
Australia 174 for 1 against Zimbabwe.
They're hitting their straps at the wrong time. Oh, that's he's connected with that well. The ball's in the air though. And he's taken the catch at the deep mid-wicket area. So wickets now, and that was Nasir Ahmed. So 135 for 5. Well covered by Chapman. A little bit of turn there from Mark Davies. That's turned quite a lot actually. Chapman's looking for the second, but that's not going to be there. So that means the scores are tied. And that's nicely driven by Jonathan Wildman. Looks as though it's going to go for 4.
It does.
Which will mean England win by 5 wickets. So a good effort from England to chase down the total of 161 from Wales. And players shake hands in the middle. So that concludes the game. A win for England takes them into the semi-final. Not quite sure yet.
We think by looking at it, we think we play USA.
Right. So
it depends on run rates and things, but it looks from my last look, our run rate was better than South Africa's yesterday, but South Africa had quite a crushing win today. So I think I haven't actually looked at their score lately, but
pushes up their net run rate.
But it was quite a bit below ours before.
So that's the end of the commentary and production from Pitch Vision today on England versus Wales. England finish with a 5-wicket win against a very talented Welsh side who put up a good fight, bowled very well, but England were just too good on the day. So thank you very much for listening and watching, and we hope to see you in the next round.